Just let me know if you're about to go live so I can make sure that I'm out of the way or put the cans on.
No, I haven't pressed the live scene. I've gone live. I'm just waiting.
So it tells me how late it is. Or snow. I think it was reverb. Yeah, we got a bit of feedback through that. I don't know if you know the difference on that. I mean, I can obviously tell the difference between the hue of the lights. If that's a cool one. But I don't know if you can actually like see the difference for yourself on them.
Not really, no. It's all colour on there.
Yeah. Which makes it cool like that is, but you see that. It's that. It's obviously all normal light. For some reason, maybe just because I'm done. No, or I can just do that. That makes it greener. Because, you know, I know how primary colours work. I was like, I thought there was a green one. seem a little bit reflective, and I'm not sure it's making a big difference.
I can't tell because I haven't got the Logitech up still.
That's right. Because obviously you put two together and that's how you get your eyes.
I'm gonna go put on the live sync because I have. Come on, camera. Hello, Paga Crease. You are first. Why is my camera not doing anything? Was there a second ago?
Choosing an arrow little thingy and close the hang on. I need to look. I know where I'm clicking with that, sorry.
Don't mind my drink. Hello, Paga Crease. Been working great. Go live. And my camera says it's not available. Duh. And she just loved that. How are you? Can you hear me all right? I'm doing really well. How is the music, background music of Wolfies? Is it too loud, too soft? You can't hear the music. Okay. You only hear the fan in the background. Yeah, it's went up to 41 degrees today. Still 33. Sorry about the fan in the background though. I have no idea why it does this to me. It's perfect the entire time, set everything up, you go live, and the camera goes, nope, don't want to play games today. So how have you been? Yay, we have camera!
Yeah, turn it off and turn it back on.
No, didn't. Don't do that, camera. Come back. There for a millisecond. So what have you been doing with yourself? Anything interesting?
I know, I just turned off the other one. I don't know which one's which.
That's okay.
We are actually going to have to tag these.
We are.
Easier to do it that way.
It'll be easier with the Brio and it's not coming up with two Logitechs. I think it just doesn't like. Oh, yeah. Bit of the same things as usual, but I plan to spice things up soon and do something different. What are you planning to do different to spice things up, or is that too personal to ask?
Hang on, that was just crashed.
Sorry about the no camera situation. I think the heat, cameras just, even though we have the air conditioning on and fans and everything, they're just having a hot moment, tropical moment with the fans.
Yeah, so 2 lights on them both. There we go.
That's that one. Yay! There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you see that?
But no, you can't really. I think it's just It's quite a gentle one.
It is. I think it's actually brought the blues up nicer on the decks.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I like that because you don't have quite so washed out on there.
Yeah.
It's just.
Ooh. And the music.
Just don't want these to get too hot. Is all that I'm a little bit worried about. There we go. Let's get that in the way first.
Music, music, music. Spotify, bring up, and just a tiny bit more. Plan to start hanging out with myself, going to places I'd enjoy my own company. That's a really good start.
Through there at all.
I've just turned the music up a little bit. Is that any better?
It's not actually coming through the speakers at the moment.
That's crazy because we haven't changed any of the settings. Every time it updates, it changes everything. So what type of places are you planning to start going to hang out on your own? I used to love going sitting by the water. I'm a real water babe. Although I'm an air sign, I love the water. So I love going to the beach and rivers and lakes and just sitting by the water. I love that.
Okay, now that the music's actually playing, that will probably help you here.
And can you tell me if you can hear the music now, Paper Crease? Maybe going to the beach or to the cinema. It depends on the weather, isn't it? You still can't hear the music. What if I just... Do I need to turn it up a little bit more, or...?
Yeah, I can hear it. Okay.
Now you can hear it.
Turn it off, turn it back on.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just, as I said, the heat. Everything's just gone, no, shutting down, whether you like it or not. You know, you can't blame it. Technology, 42-degree heat, even with air conditioners and everything else. That's great. Thank you for that. So what type of movies do you like watching, Paper Crease? What types of movies, if you went to the cinema, would you watch? Thank you. Action movies? I quite like action movies. I'm one of those girls, I actually like watching Fight Club. And Jean-Claude Van Damme and all the martial arts movies. Oh, hello Liliana, how are you? Lovely to see you in the channel. You arrived just in time. Poor Paper Crease.
The first time you like watching Jean-Claude Van Damme.
I do.
I don't know if you like watching fight movies as much as you like watching Jean-Claude Van Damme.
It's one and the same thing, isn't it? Stunning setup and even the lights, thank you.
Actually, you just reminded me. There's actually a TV series they put out, and it's what if Jean-Claude Van Damme was actually a secret agent, and him being an actor was just a cover. So that he's going around doing all these secret missions while he's filming his movies.
Much better than last time. I think last time was because we had the extra light on white and I was wearing white, it was so hot. We've actually got the extra light on, but we've got it in a different position and we've got a lilac filter on it. So it brings up blues of the decks much nicer and the blues on here. So it's just us learning to play and find out what works. And obviously I'm not wearing white this time. So just the white was just on behind with the white chair behind. It is cozier. What is that journal behind the Luckstone? You mean this? The red one? Yes. That's not a journal, that's a secret. This and this and this are all part of some very new techniques I'm going to show you tonight. And what decks are we using today? We have a whole new change around. Thank you, Analog, for subscribing again. Keep your founder's badge. We have the Spirit Song Tarot tonight with the Stone of Wealth, the gold stone. We have the Druid Craft Tarot deck with Faith. We have the Wizard's Tarot with Believe, the Animal Totem Tarot with Harmony. So you're actually going to be choosing from 4 tarot decks and the choice of 1 card from the Oracle decks. And I have the Divine Animal Oracle, and I have a Crystal Oracle, and I have the Druid Animal Oracle as well. So we're switching things up today because it's December, and I actually have 12 streaming days left until New Year. So my 12 days of Christmas are going to be my next 12 streaming evenings, and I will be changing things up a little bit like I did with Halloween, but I'm not using Christmas decks because I was sick for that month. I can't get them from the States in time. It's just they won't get here for Christmas. So, sounds great. Well, what I've done is I've actually gone back to the original roots of Christmas, to Yule, to a more pagan, druid, Celtic, a bit like I did with the Halloween, to go back to the roots of it. So I'll explain a little bit about the tree and the reason I've done it, because the tree tonight is very different. And I'll explain why. But all of it goes back to the very beginnings of where the Yule started. And there's a little bit of Kabbalah thrown in, just to mix it up because I like to. So we'll just wait for a few more people. And how are you doing, Liliana? Hello, Heather, how are you? Lovely to see you. I was just telling Pagacris and Liliana, we have changed things up tonight because today is my first of 12. Good work in progress here, that's good. I'm very good, thank you, Heather. In fact, I'm about to make an announcement as to how good I am. And I think you'll all be really, really pleased, because I know I am. So because today is between now and New Year's, I have 12 actual stream days that I do. So with a month, with 3 times, there's actually, so my 12 days of Christmas starts tonight, hence why we have a Christmas tree up. And I've changed all the decks over, and we've got a little bit of a surprise in store with some of the techniques of visual storytelling tonight, with some new little things, because you know I like to throw something different into the mix. But as we've got a few of you in here, all been lots of fun. This is a surprise. Pagacris asked, thought it was a journal. Tarane gives to thee. Well, absolutely. There's going to be a little bit of extra going on. So this actually isn't a journal. This is one of the visual storytelling techniques I'm going to show you. This is another visual storytelling technique, and we're going to be working with this to show you what we're doing. And as many of you know, I had to take a month off because I had 2 medical procedures. One was a stress heart test where they chemically induced me to the state of being able to have a heart attack. And I went to the cardiologist and I got the results back from that. Because the whole reason they did that was obviously with my brain tumour, I'm going to have surgeries done. But they weren't happy for me to go under a general anaesthetic to have anything done. Which is why when I had the biopsy done on my jaw, I was awake and I had to have it done with needles, so it was extremely painful because of that. Well, the cardiologist has given me the green light to have anaesthetic now, even though I still have some risk factors with my blood pressure and my asthma and everything else. My heart muscle for going under anaesthetic, as far as he's concerned, is strong enough for me to withstand a general anaesthetic. So that for me means 2 thumbs up and a big yes, which he's going to let surgeons know, which means when they have to actually operate and remove some of the tumour that's in my face, they're going to be able to do it under general anaesthetic. They'll still have all the blood work and everything done and all the stuff there in case I hemorrhage and all of those things in place, so all the extra safety precautions will be there, but actually they're going to be able to do that. And up until I had this test done and I saw him, if they'd have said no, they couldn't have done anything, because none of it could have been done under a local. So I would have had no chance of having surgery at all. This way, when they say it gets to a point that it needs to be done, then they might be able to take it out, which may actually save my eyesight and my hearing and some other things. So for me, it is a big, big deal. That yes to an anaesthetic makes a huge, huge difference to my quality of life having a brain tumour. Second bit of news is, even though I have heart failure, my cardiologist has also said I'm now allowed to step up my activity level. I do things in 10-minute sessions. I'm now allowed to go up to 15 minutes over the next few months, just 1 minute increment at a time. But I started on 30 seconds at a time and I have built up to 10 minutes, and I'm now in 2020 allowed to go up to 15 minutes for each thing that I do. And I've been given permission to lose another 10 kilos of weight, because I can't do any of that without medical supervision. So for me, I've had 3 yeses. Yes to surgery, yes to improving my quality of fitness, and to lose weight. So 2020 for me is a big, big year for stepping up with my health. So all the hard work we do for having that month off, it's paid off. It really has. So all of you that stayed by me and came back, yep, we do, absolutely. It's really, really great news. It really is. It makes a huge difference. Thank you, Paper Priest. It really is. It means 2020 means I can actually now take my health that little bit further and work on things that, because I'm not allowed to do anything until they say yes, you've got the go ahead. So yeah, it's a lot for me. It really is. 10 kilos in the year is what I'm allowed to lose, and being able to do things in 15-minute increments. I'm allowed to do as many as I can during the day, just up one at a time. But yeah, that's a really big thing for me. Really big thing. So my New Year goals: losing 10 kilos and getting a little bit fitter. And I'm allowed to go to hydrotherapy now too. So yeah, it's been a big week. It's been a big week. It's like having my Christmas present come early. It really is. Thank you, Heather. It's when you battle so hard, I literally had to learn how to stand up with a chair. It took me, and it sounds crazy, but it took me 5 seconds. I actually had a physio time. It took me 5 seconds to hold onto a chair and just stand up to my feet, let alone actually sitting back down. It took me 5 seconds to actually get out of a chair. It took me 4 months to get to a point I got it down to 1 second to stand up. And it sounds crazy, but that's the journey I've had to have, where I actually couldn't get out of a chair more than once before I had to rest for 10 minutes because I couldn't do it over and over. It took me months to get to the point of physically being able to get out of a chair. So to be able to walk around for 10 minutes, 6-7 times a day, sounds almost nothing. But my pottering at 10 minutes a day, I call myself the 1 to 10 minute woman because I do everything in 10 minute slots. But I get things done. And that's how I do it. So being allowed 15 minutes, it doesn't sound a lot, but that means I can actually take my physical activity up to about 2 hours a day. When you consider I started, I wasn't even doing 5 minutes a day. So 5 minutes to 2 hours helps me lose the weight, gets me fitter and stronger. But it builds up my energy to do this as well. Because I wasn't even able to actually shuffle a deck of cards 3 years ago. I couldn't hold my arms up to do it. So I've come a long way in 3 years, a long way. And now I'm just going up and onwards. So yeah, it's a huge day for me actually. It's a really huge day. I'm over the moon. I really am. Totally over the moon. But I better show you some of the great things we're going to do tonight. Because although we're doing tarot readings, we have some exciting things in store. Just because I wanted to kind of switch it all up a little bit. So, do you want to know about the red thing? Or the white stuff? So, yes, it is awesome news. So, the red one or the white cube? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to find out first? I'll let you guys choose. The red one. That's one vote for the red one. So, Liliana's red. That's 2 for red. Okay, Pagakrisa, so that's the 3 of you. So I'll explain what the red one is. Okay. You want the white cube. It's 2-1. We'll do the white cube in a minute. But we're going to start with this one. I'll be keeping you out a little bit so far as being quiet. You're absolutely fine, Anna. Our 42-degree heat has hit Anna a little bit hard today. So, you know, in tarot, we're visual storytellers because every tarot card has a symbol. Several symbols. And those symbols have specific meanings, but they're also multivalent. They mean different things in a different situation. So we can tell a story when we put out 2 or 3 cards. But have you ever thought of telling a story with something else that has symbols on, that comes at Christmas time? How many of you buy Christmas cards or receive Christmas cards? Send Christmas cards out, even if it's to work colleagues or immediate family. I know when I was younger, and I know not everybody does. It was kind of like my parents, so older generations, would put out Christmas cards to the kids. That sometimes if they were giving the grandchildren money, they would put them in a card and put them on the tree, as well as maybe a little present. How about you, Heather? Does your family or has your family in the past done Christmas cards? Or you, Liliana? Not really. Well, this is going to be very different for you guys. Not like in the UK. Yeah, we used to hang them around door frames, yeah, and you'd get like little things to hang them around, and it was, for some neighbourhoods, it was almost like the neighbours of, how many did you get this year? And it was like, the more you got, the more popular you were, and the neighbours used to say, they got 50 cards. They must have sent a lot of cards out. It got expensive. But the thing with cards is, they actually have symbols on them. And because it's Christmas time, I want to show you the tarot and Christmas tarot decks, of which there are a few, use the symbols that are found in Christmas cards. This pile, and I specifically bought them today, are Christmas cards. Now you might get a different Christmas card. There's lots of different ones. There's very funny ones like this. There's one for children. There's ones that are based on scenes, sometimes the nativity. Lots of different themes. But in this one, could you imagine this telling you a story like we do with the tarot? Do you think we'd actually be able to tell a story from this? Based on the symbolism of this card. Yes, why not? Absolutely. Because when you see Christmas tarot cards, what they've done is they've taken the symbols of Christmas and Yule and a lot of pagan traditions, which is where a lot of these symbols come from, incorporated them into a Christmas card to tell a Christmas story. But it's not just a Christmas story, it is also the origins of the pagan and the Yule story and the winter solstice. Now obviously the northern and southern hemispheres are different. In Australia we don't have the same winter solstice as you do because of the difference. But I'll go through on this what might seem a very caricature type card of Christmas on what the things stand for. The candy cane here, sticking out. The candy cane is a symbol of the Good Shepherd. And often Jesus Christ was called the Shepherd of Men. It's also the shepherds who watch their flock by night. The candy cane is the shepherd's crook that they use to bring the sheep in out of the cold, and how the Christian belief goes that Jesus brought in the infirm, the poor, the young into his flock, and that is what the candy cane stands for. It's also supposed to stand for the wand of the trees that in the very early Nordic and pagan times were used as the Yule log. And the Yule log was brought in as an evergreen tree to keep the fires burning, to keep not only the place warm, to hearken the new sun coming in the spring, but also to keep out the bad spirits that would be around in the dark and the cold. So that candy cane has 3 different symbolic meanings. And we see it as a sweet we hang on the tree. The red and the white colour also stand for 2 very important things. The white is the mistletoe, the red is the berries. So one tiny candy cane, 5 different symbolism meanings from that candy cane. What do you think about that? It's pretty cool, isn't it? It is interesting. If we go on to the reindeer. The reindeer in our stories now are a sleigh pulled by Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, and the rest of the crew help Santa go through on Christmas Eve and deliver presents to the children all over the world. That's when kiddies see that, that's what they want to do, and sometimes if they're lucky at Christmas time they'll go and they might even see a live reindeer. Sometimes people have them in these special petting areas at Christmas time, sometimes in really big shopping centres and supermarkets and these big malls, and the kids can go in there and actually see a live reindeer. The reindeer again actually comes from the mythology of Odin and Frigg and Freya, because Freya was a warrior and she actually rode the heavens on her chariot pulled by the reindeer or the stag with their horns, and that is where the sleigh comes from. It was because Freya rode the earth's skies through her chariot, and that is where the Santa sleigh comes from. Greater mythology, well before the birth of Christ, but this is where a lot of these things come from and are reborn again and reevaluated and incorporated. It is interesting, isn't it? See how I like to give you a little bit of something different, like we did with Halloween, doing the same for Christmas. When we see Santa Claus, Kris Kringle, Saint Nick, again, it is from the mythology of the pagan times when Kris Kringle was one who looked after the meek and the children, and would look after the children and bring them in and make sure they were well cared for in the winter time. And he was seen as the patron saint of children, hence why Santa Claus gives presents to children, because he gave them food and warmth and blankets to keep them through the winter time. So this is actually going through all the different mythologies and symbolism from even before the pagans and the Celts, and that has all come through. The baubles you see, when they had the big tree, the evergreen tree, they would put the baubles on as gifts. And the very first Christmas tree, even the one that went into Windsor Castle in the early 1800s, would have candles, fruit, candy canes that were made by sugar by the chefs, and it would have small little baubles and trinkets on that were toys for the children, which is where our Christmas decorations come from, that they were actually based on the pagan things of giving the gifts of fruit and nuts mixed with honey, which is where the start of our Christmas cakes came from, because that's what people would be able to eat to give them more warmth in the winter time, is they would pack fruit and nut together with honey in like something really solid with protein and sweetness to get them through the heavy winters. So that very much caricature of the Santa and the reindeer and the stocking. The stocking also is very much the difference of bringing the gift to baby Jesus. Instead of it being in the box, they made it a stocking with a bow on. So that is back to the nativity. So all those different things there, including the holly bush, which is also, you have the mistletoe and the holly. The holly was the evergreen leaves, because it was decided that the evergreen trees were the ones that would keep them going, and which is why they burnt the Yule logs. But the red berries were the berries of Christ, and they were also put in as the blood of Christ, but also the fact that the red berries could be used to help keep the animals alive and be able to use them when they mix them with other things. So the tiniest little things on here actually have a huge meaning to Christmas and the very, very origins of Christmas. Even for those that don't follow the Christian form of Christmas, but maybe the pagan or the Wicca or the Druid or the Celtic. A lot of these things come from that origin, as does Halloween and Samhain. So I thought that was really interesting. And see all these others? Well, we're going to go through a different card. That's cool. We're going to go through a different card every one of my 12 days to see what other symbols we can find out. But I was really interested to go, I am going to get Christmas cards and I'm going to show you how we can do divination and tell a story with Christmas cards. So that card is telling us that in the dead of winter, Kris Kringle was still bringing in the children out of the snow, helped by Freya, who was with her chariot going across the sky in the starry night, helping bring the poor, looking after everyone, giving them the gifts of food, the mistletoe, the things that they needed to keep them warm, and the animals were there providing the sustenance to keep everybody going with their milk that they would have, but to get them there and back safely to look after those who in the dead of winter would not have got through without the community bringing them in, cherishing them, looking after them, and realizing that the rites and origins of trying to get the new sun to come out was all based on the wand and the logs of Yule, and that's where the Yule log comes from, to keep the home fires burning, to keep the winter at bay. So this is a story of survival through the winter with the help of others coming to our aid. Hence the community and the giving spirit of Christmas. Hello Crowley, how are you? Because that's how we get through the winters when you live in a community that has nothing else but its else to survive. Can't go to the shops, it only has what's about in the woods and the community that it's built and what they've been able to save and preserve through the year. Things didn't work out. Oh, that's a shame. Things don't always work out as we want them to. And sometimes it's not just your choices, it's the choice of the other person. So I take it you're talking about the other young lady? So I hope you all liked our little thing with the Christmas card. We'll be doing that again and see what else we can find. But it's not lost completely lost, so I don't know what to think. As I said to you, Corey, if the young lady might just want friendship. And so it's not that it's lost, maybe she just, she's not ready, it's not the right time for her. You can't type. That's okay, that's okay. So if any of you actually get Christmas cards or see Christmas cards around, have a look and see if you can figure out the symbolism and work out the story that's being told on the Christmas card, regardless of what it looks like. I'd be interested to hear for the next time, because I'll be doing another one on Saturday, because I think they're great fun. So we'll see how we work out with those. Have we opened the queue? Yes, the queue is open. There's Pagacris and Liliana in the queue. So Heather, you're in the queue. Your keyboard is blocked. I can't join the queue. You should be able to if you just go !join. There we go. Said, so there is a new portal opening on 12/12 for Twin Flames and Souls. There is a huge intervention coming from the universe. Thanks, Joy. You've entered the queue. Not a problem. Terrific. There's lots of things going on at the moment. No, Crowy, you've joined. It says you've joined, Crowy. Let me just see. Yeah, it does. There's Packer Crease, Liliana, Heather, and you. You're in position 3. So, you've joined. It's broken. You've done it. You don't have to do anything else. You've done it. Yeah, it absolutely is. Because we're in the last month of the decade, there's lots of things happening in this last month, but also for the start of the 2020 with not only a new year and a new decade. There's lots of astrology going on. There's a lot of flux going on at this moment in time. And lots of people are feeling those different energies and everything else going on. But what we might do is we'll keep these for later. And I got an email yesterday saying I now have my license. I am officially licensed. That's wonderful news. Wonderful news. Really, really good. I'm so pleased. So pleased. Soulmates and twin flames will be reunited and whatever is karmic will be ended. This applies at any level work, family relationships. It is interesting. Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's an awful lot going on at the moment. That's really, really good. You've worked really hard for that. That's brilliant. Really brilliant. That's fair enough. That's all right, Gabby. That's sometimes general reading's a good thing to have. Okay, Pagacrease, you are up. Now tonight it's picking from different decks. So it is the Spirit Soul Tarot with Wealth. It is the Druid Tarot, the Believe one. That's an oracle. And what I'm going to do tonight is I'm just going to pick out one oracle. I can do you one if you want. Okay. It's an oracle deck. You happy with that? It's not a tarot deck. Oh, the Druid card one. Yep. Yep. Oh, that Believe one. Gotcha. Great. The Wizard one. Not a problem at all. Do you have a general reading in mind or a question? General this time? That's absolutely fine. I think there's lots of different sites talking about the portals, Pagacrease. I know you can generally Google those ones about the 12/12 portals and the twin flames, or Liliana might have some sites that she knows of. You can paste about 2 in there if that's okay, otherwise we'll have loads of links. You can paste 2 in. Okay, Pega Chris, you ready for this reading? Always ready. So I like to hear, just to make sure you can see those. Chosen this deck because it's an elemental deck. So the suits are very much the elements, and because I said we've gone back more to the pagan rituals of the Yule and Christmas time, the elements are very strong tonight. So we have the Four of Wands, and you can see the fire, and in this deck the people wear red to denote that they are part of the element of fire. In the Wizards deck, it's like they're a wizard school, a bit like modern day Hogwarts, but they're this particular school, and they're students learning the art of magic. And every suit, the students are given an elemental school to belong to. So like Hogwarts had Gryffindor and all the others, this particular one has the elements. Okay? So everybody in the wands dresses in red to denote fire and the element of fire. We have the Four of Wands. Now this is talking about relationships. It is, you can see they have the Merkaba star on here. This is two students talking about their relationship as students, but their relationship to the magic that they're learning and to the element of fire, to understand their relationship with that element in how it rules ambition, drive, passion. So this card has a slightly different inference to the other tarot decks. It's not just about getting married and all those types of relationships. It's talking about the relationship to oneself, to understand that the element of fire is where we get our drive, our ambition, our need to go forward and do something. You can see here they're almost looking like they're ready to do a dance because they're celebrating. Because for them, the square of fire, and on this is also a ritual dance. So it's for them realizing that they celebrate the element of fire. They celebrate the drive and ambition, the celebration of achieving something. It looks a bit like a marriage proposal, a little bit like that, and it can be seen, as I said, like the relationship, but they're actually two young students. So, but yes, it could be taken as that way, as like sometimes it is in the others. But they're actually learning to dance, and he's saying, "May I have this dance, please?" No, can I marry you? But who knows, later on, this may be a passion that grows and comes into that relationship, and these four might become a wedding vow later on. So, so that's the first one. We have the Nine of Wands. This here, see still the red outside? This is someone who has had to fight a little bit to get to this level, to be in charge of all these wands. They've had to fight for the honour to get here. It's been a bit of a battle against all the others, but now they've got this main one, this main flame right here in the front. It's just saying, I've worked hard for this, you can't take it off me. I'm not going to let you. She looks a little worse for wear, but she's saying, I've earned this, I've worked hard for it. This was my ambition, to be the wand bearer for my school, for my house, and I had them. There is only one more left to go. It's really hard to do, but I'm prepared to do it, and no one's going to take that from me. So although it's been a hard fought battle, I'm taking a break, but I have the main one here. All of these I'm protecting. They're all the battles I've got to get this one. I've had to battle everybody else to take this from them, and now I just have one more battle to go. We have the King of Swords. Swords, to note, is the air suit. This king has wings. He flies. He is an elemental of the air. He flies and he carries his sword, and he's ensuring that all the rest of his tribe of elementals know that he's in charge of the skies. The skies belong to him. It is not only his thoughts, but physically the element of air he has conquered. He has been able to be a man that flies as an elemental. For him, owning the sky is where he soars above and he sees things from the great height. So he sees things from a different perspective. His clarity and focus is more than most mortals, because he has the ability to fly high, and he sees, like an eagle would see, everything from a higher perspective. He has that macro, but then he can come down to the ground and see the micro, and he can dissect it. And that's why he is the king of the swords and of the element of air. So although we have two fire ones here that are building up, the element of air can either be the air that combusts these up and brings a lot more fire, or he can take the air away and the fire will die down. He has a lot of control as the king, because he is in charge of the element of air and all the clarity that comes with that, and the ability of what the element of air can do. We then have the cups. This is the Eight of Cups, but it's reversed. The Eight of Cups, when it's upright, and the cups here has the colour blue, looks like he's almost got everything. He's got the 8, he's almost there to the 10. He has a lot of things he's been able to control with his emotions. He's been able to do lots of things, but there's a big gap in the middle. Something is missing in the emotions of his life, and he's now saying, I have to leave and find what fills that gap. Although I have a lot, I know in my heart of hearts that feeling that there is something more. When it is turned in reverse, he's not leaving. He's actually saying, I've built up so much, I don't want to leave what I have. What I want to do is find out how to fill that hole without going away. Is that hole actually not something I have to go out and look for? It's actually I have something to do within. So instead of seeking it elsewhere, going to greener pastures, leaving home, leaving the country, going on travels, looking to find out what's missing in his life, he's actually realized that actually he needs to look inward to find what is missing, because emotions come from within. And all of these he's been able to sort out and build up, but now he knows to fill the void, he has to look inwards to himself first. The second card is also in reverse. We have the King of Pentacles. You have two kings. Very strong, very powerful having two kings in your reading. Kings are telling you that you have mastery over your resources, mastery over your thoughts. When the king is in reverse, He's saying where I normally have mastery over my resources, at the moment I don't have mastery at this precise moment. Temporarily, I'm not totally the master of my resources, my money, my time, my energy. Something else has taken my mastery away from me. So I have to sit back and think a little bit of what I need to do now. Because I'm not the king and master of all of that. How do I get that back? What do I have to do? Is this part of it? Is the fact that looking inwards and realizing sometimes our resources aren't just material possessions, that actually our resources are our time, our energy, and what we put into things ourselves. It's not just the physical material things that are our resources and pentacles. It's ourself. We are a resource. As a human being, we are our own resource, our best resource. And maybe when we're not absolutely firing on all 8 cylinders and being our absolute best, it's very difficult to be the master of not only ourselves but everything else around us. So sometimes we have to step back, take a break, and realize I have to look at things in a different light to get back my mastery. We have here the Chariot, also in reverse. It's quite unusual that the bottom line is actually in reverse, and I did this as the mirror. So all up here are upright, these are all in reverse. So the reality is actually upright, but when we look into the mirror, what comes back at us is actually reversed. So when we look into the mirror and look into ourselves, we're not actually seeing things as they truly are. This is reality. Our perception in the mirror is everything is turned upside down. That is turned upside down. I haven't got enough. But I need to look inside for it, not go far out. The King of Pentacles, I'm not in charge of everything around me. The Chariot, I don't have the ability to travel and move where I want to go and do what I want to do. Because I'm in reverse, I'm hampered. My travel plans, my ability to move, my ability to go forward, my ability to progress is hampered. Some of these reversals may very well be in the emotions, the resources, and how I use my emotions and resources to move forward. Maybe a temporary setback, and we'll find out why in the bridge cards. But sometimes it's our perception of what is going on when we think of something, and it's almost like it rebounds back to us and we go, no, that's actually not right. And sometimes we talk ourselves out of things. But occasionally the mirror is actually giving us the truth. It's when we're reflecting and looking inwards and going, when I look out and I give the appearance of being in control and that everything in my life is moving forward, that is actually an image, it's an illusion in the mirror that I show to everybody else. This is actually the real situation, and this is the illusion. You might be able to tell me. The 10 of Swords is in reverse. I feel like I'm being harassed and under pressure by other people's thoughts and other people's expectations of what's going on and my own thoughts and expectations, and I feel I am stabbed in the back. The words are hurting, everything is not as it should be. But when it's in reverse, they're going to fall out. Because maybe you've realised that what people say doesn't matter. That actually you don't have 10 swords in your back. You just shrug them off and go, your words mean nothing to me because you don't know me well enough to make that judgment and to tell me what's going on. So I'm telling you, for all the words you care to tell me, good or bad, I only take on that I know to be true. And we have the Three of Cups. The Three of Cups upright, the celebration card. The three together, we are celebrating the end of exams, the harvest. We've done everything so well. This is our first term, it's over. We're able to realise that when we work together as a group, when we do things in harmony, when we do things as a team, working together, realising that we don't have to do everything alone, that we can call on our friends and our helpmates and our teammates and our colleagues and other people to help us. And when we do, the bounty is so much greater, the reward's so much sweeter. And these, that means nothing because we've overcome all of that. The battle and the fight, we've worked hard to get where we are. We understood the fire and the drive and the need for other people to help push our ambitions and our ideas into actuality and going through the double portal of 1111. So we came out the other side stronger, more vibrant, more able to work and realise what we had to do. We understood that the king of the element of air made us realise that our thoughts actually become things, and we can create our own future, we can create our own life, because what we think becomes something when we take action. Regardless of whether our feelings are negative and we feel we have to walk away, positive, and we realise we have to stay, whichever one we do will be right, because that's the choice we've made. And we've made that choice because we think that's the right choice. And if we tell ourselves that's the right choice, then that's what we do. And sometimes, when we listen to our thoughts, even the negative ones, we lose some of our resources because we didn't actually look into it. We just thought something on the sly and went, oh yeah, I'll do that, without thinking, without looking into it, without checking. All the other elements were in sync. It's not just our thoughts, it's our emotions, it's our actions, it's our drive. Do we have all the resources to do it? And that's when the kings lose control, when everyone tries to make decisions without checking all of the facts first. And that is what curtails our movement forward and our progress. But when we work through all of that, we gain success and celebration. Because we've worked with everybody and we've worked hard and we've worked our way through all the elements, all the ideas, all the thoughts, all the feelings and the resources, and you've had them all. Which says that when you look at things from the broad perspective like the kings do up on high, and look at all the four corners and all the elements and all the facts and all the figures and all the options, that's when we create the future and the reality that we want to have. How does that sit with what's going on in your life right now? I wasn't really expecting for this reading. The mirror is actually the reality reflected at me. Yes, it is. That was deep, Heather. Yes, it was. And the setup tonight has been done for a very specific reason. These decks were chosen because I've chosen elemental decks and the animal decks going back to the pagan rituals of Christmas. You missed the first little bit of where I chose and why the change has come. The gold cloth is for the pagan sun gods. The white is for the moon. It is the duality of light and dark, which it is our duty first to become our own twin divine feminine and masculine union within. Check for Twin Flames on Facebook and YouTube for astrologers. Absolutely. And I've chosen these crystals with these words in for those very same reasons. And the oracle decks, and that's why it's been set out like this. Because not everybody, thank you, Eliana has some great ideas as well. And that's why I enjoy people commenting, because everybody has a different take and sees it in a different way and has different knowledge. And I think it's important that this channel is interactive for everybody to co-create the reading, to give an insight, because we all come from different areas and have different interests and understandings of different things. So yeah, it was deep, and I'm really glad that we were able to do that for our first reading. Now I'm going to explain the tree to you. And what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to, first of all, if I move these. Yes, it's a Christmas tree. And although it's a gold one, because I didn't have the size I needed in a green one, but that's okay. We chose the gold because it's the sun, and in the winter solstice and in the Yule, the idea was to bring the sun in to stop the dark and bring in the new season. So I chose the gold tree to reflect that where a lot of you are in the Northern Hemisphere, that it's Christmas, it's dark, it's miserable, and you're looking for the sun. So the tree is the dawning of the sun coming in the new season, which is what the pagan rituals were all about, was bringing in the sun through the winter solstice. I've chosen the elements tonight because the pagan rituals were very much elemental. Is that why I put a star at the top of the tree? Yes, it is. Because they would look for the stars. But there's also a second reason. Because some of you may or may not know a great deal about Kabbalah, but Kabbalah, the Tree of Life, has 4 worlds. The bottom is Malkuth, and it is the earth. It is the element of earth. It is us more mortals on earth. The green baubles are for earth. And if you look here, the 4th level is classed as the active world of Earth with Saturn, and it is the world of Isaiah. So the bottom row of the green is actually the world of Isaiah in Kabbalah and the element of Earth. And that is why I'm wearing green tonight, because we are starting being grounded from the first of the 12 days of Christmas, because I have 12 streaming days till the end of the year and the new decade, and we started with green. And that is why I've chosen elemental decks. The blue is the second element of water and is the second world of emotions and feelings. The third, the white balls, is the third world of air. And I'm not sure if you can see, I'm just going to move the camera a little bit. See the white? The coppery darker ones are the element of fire. And the earth element of when the Yule log was bit, this was like the colour of the flames that were coming through. And yes, the star at the top is for, that's the reason there's a star at the top, but it's also that and the two gold balls underneath it are the supernal triangle of Keter and Chokmah and Binah, which are the force of the new birthing and the bringing in of the new, helping bringing in the sun for the new season. And that is why the tree, although it is a Christmas tree, it is also following the stars that are lit, are letting us know that that would have been the fires they kept burning. But it's actually the tree of life in Kabbalah with all the elements. I think you can all see that. Tiny bit more. Yeah. And yes, that's why I put the star at the top. You're very welcome, Pagacrease. I hope you enjoyed it. It was rather a deep one. The elements can be very, very deep and give us a great deal to think on, especially with the mirror spread of our reflection and the two cards in the middle of the crossover of how we cross from the reality to our perception and our reflection. And it's also why these tarot cards have crystals, because they're there for the elements that they cover. So it's a slightly different setup than I normally do. Still has the words, but in a different way. So I hope you like our very elemental pagan and Christian and Christmas themed. But with the understanding of the symbolism behind. Seems I have to manage better my resources. Next up is Liliana. Yes, it is doing that, but it's also with your emotions, is learning to trust yourself. And like you were saying earlier, going out to spend time with yourself and enjoying time with yourself is very much that Cups card. It's saying, I actually don't have to go out with somebody else to fill the gap. I'm actually going to learn to like myself and my own company. So it was reflecting a lot of what you're doing already and what you had already thought of doing. And sometimes our readings are a validation of the decisions we've made and going, yes, I'm on the right track. This is what I need to do. Yes, Liliana, it's you. If you'd like to pick a deck from here. Yes, I can. I have the Spirit Song Tarot, which has the Wealth Crystal. I have the Druid Tarot, the Druid Craft Tarot deck, which has Faith. The Wizard's Tarot we've just had. And the Animal Totem for Harmony. So it's Spirit Song, Druid, Wizards, or Animal Totem. The Wealth one, the Spirit Song. So what are your thoughts on the general reading? Great. What are your thoughts on the setup tonight? The change. You love it? I'm glad. I still have some extra little things here you can't see that are under the monitor, in case I need them. Really cool, this new setup today. I like to switch things around. I know I have what I call my regular setup with the Elemental and the Marchetti decks, but I do, as you saw for Halloween and for Christmas, it's not exactly what I wanted to do because I couldn't get the decks I wanted in time. As I said, because I was sick for that month and wasn't able to order them, they're coming from the States and they won't be here in time, so I'll have to get those through next year, and that will change when I do next Christmas. But this one, I've decided 12 Days of Christmas, we're going to be very elemental, and you know me, I'll be talking about different stories and mythology and where everything comes from to do with the Christmas and the Yule and some of the pagan things and other mythologies. Because I like finding out about them myself. And I think it's, for people that read tarot, it gives a different dimension and a different way of looking at it. And I like that. Liliana, the shadow card for your setup is the Knight of Shells, and it is a flamingo. The Knight of Shells, shells are the element of water, so this is emotions. And it says here, this is charm and passion. The flamingo is well known for being part of a very, very large flock of birds. When you see flamingos, thank you Murder Dark Lady Sith for hosting me. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, and you subscribed. Thank you so much for subscribing. I did think there's one more story for the noise. No, that's fine. No, it's absolutely fine. Thank you so much for hosting, and thank you so much for subscribing again. I really appreciate that. Really do. We have a new setup tonight. I have 12 streams until the new year. So I'm doing my 12 days of Christmas, hence why we have a Christmas tree. But I'm doing a very elemental pagan Christmas on the origins of some of the Christmas symbolism, which we've been going through, and I'll be explaining more through the night. You missed out on a very special thing that I did, and I may have enough to do some extras, where I did storytelling with a Christmas card. And I have something else in store after this reading too that's a little bit new. And the queue is open if you want to join. So tonight, this is the Night of Shells, the flamingo. 12 days of exorcism symbolism, absolutely. And we're very elemental tonight. And we've changed the cloths as well. The gold is for the sun. The silvery white is for the moon. And this is to bring in the sun for the winter solstice. And to pay homage to the mother and to the moon. So we have our Night of Shells from our Spirit Song Tarot. Shells are the element of water and emotions, and the flamenco is found in the water, and they're found in big groups. They are caring, nurturing, always together. They look after each other as a flock, and if one goes, they all go. Like a lot of animals, they're very aware of the group and the collective and their family and the cohort that they're with. But they have their own charm and passion, the pink. And the reason they get the pink is because they eat a certain shellfish in the water, and it actually gives them their pink colouring. If they didn't eat that, they would be white. But when they're ready to breed, they actually go to special lakes where they go in their thousands, hundreds of thousands, to eat this, because the darker pink they are, the more likely they are to mate. So red for them, the dark pink, the fuchsia pink, is passion, and that is the emotion that they're looking for. They use their charm, they use their passion. They are the epitome of looking your hottest to get yourself the hot date. And that was our shadow card, so that's a pretty cool shadow card. You have the Four of Feathers. Feathers is the element of air, as in that birds fly and the feathers from there, so the feather is the element of air. Also as the element of air, feathers, as we know, are symbolism of truth. So when we see feathers, it's the truth being told. It is the element of air, it's our clarity of thoughts, our communication. All of this, we actually have sanctuary and rest. And you can see the feathers here. The bear here is actually resting. He's hibernating, he's taking that break. This is show that regardless of what's going on, rest is important. We need rest to recuperate. We need rest to regenerate. The Four of Feathers said that there are times you have to step back. And Liliana, we've said this before, you need to rest and recuperate from all the things you've been doing. And this is letting you know again that of all the things you might be passionate about and want to do, heed the words, you still need to rest and recuperate and rejuvenate and review your lifestyle to ensure you're getting the rest you need. Okay? We have the crowning card. The sun. The sun is a beautiful card. We have a lot of gold here tonight. You even picked the wealth, the one for the sun. This is telling you of vitality and joy. We have the hummingbird. Hummingbird moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour, which is very apt for you because that's pretty much what you do. It goes quickly all the time. And this one's telling you that even with the sun to regenerate and warm you and shine its light on you, even the hummingbird knows when to rest. But when you're in the sun, enjoy it, because you've earned the warmth and the bask in the glory of the sun. And that is crowning the very top of your reading. We have the King of Feathers. Now, we've had this already tonight in a different deck, and you can see this is a very, very different King of Feathers. This King of Feathers is logic and justice, and it's aligned with the sun. So you have the symbolism of the sun twice in the actual card of the sun, but the symbolism here. Now, even though this is the King of Feathers, who is logic and calm, when everyone else is hot under the collar from the sun, and he has the fierceness, he also has the ability for logic and justice. He keeps a clear head. He can only be the king of the pride because he has a clear head. He knows when to rest, when to attack, what to do. So the King of Feathers is clear-headed at all times. The king here definitely knows what he's doing and lets everyone else know he's in charge. You have the Ten of Crystals. Crystals are resources, they're pentacles. Crystals come from the earth, so it's the grounding. It's exactly the same as our coins or pentacles. Crystals are that the earth produces to give us our resources and all the things that we require to live. The Ten of Crystals is stability and attainment. When we work under the auspice of the sun, hello Prairie, and we have the King of Feathers keeping everything cool-headed and calm, we are able to achieve the riches we deserve with the Ten of Crystals, the abundance of all those wonderful things, the happiness, all that lovely coin, all the resources we want, all the material things, all those things that we've been hoping that would happen in our lives. Things are going your way, Liliana. You have the Three of Feathers. This is the butterfly. The Three of Feathers is release and recovery. In this deck, the feathers here denote the transformation that goes when we release, and the recovery, as in the bottom card here, our rejuvenation, where we can release when we're resting. That's when we tend to release, is when we rest and take a step back. We've reevaluated. That's when we're able to release what no longer serves us. We are coming to the end of the year, the end of a decade. This is the time to release all that doesn't serve you. Because we can't recover and transform. And you notice here we have another sun. The sun. The sun. Even though these are different elementals, the element of fire symbolically is also coming through. This is important because even though this is the element of air, of focus, it's saying don't lose your drive and your passion and your ambition. because the sun here is saying, I'm still in the picture, don't forget me. You have the Knight of Acorns. You have two knights, movement, progression. You've had the Knight of Shells, which is emotions, to be able to move your emotions along, to be able to release and recover from emotions that you need to release and let go of, and to rebuild and to recharge. But you have the Knight of Acorns, which is the fire element. The acorns come from the trees, the wood, the fire, the action and the drive. So all those sun in the background of those cards, the knight is saying movement is nigh. I'm telling you that the sun here and the sun here is all about, and the sun here is all about you still having movement and the fire and the passion and the ambition and the drive. Take action. When you have rested and you have released and recovered, allow yourself to release all that doesn't serve you in this next 3 weeks. Be ready for the end of the year. Be ready for the new decade. Because once you've released and let go, and you've rested and taken the respite that you need, there is a lot going to be going on in the new year for you. Because that sun energy, that fire energy, the Knight of Wands, there is movement with the two knights coming up to the new year. Letting go of the old emotions, driving forward with the new once you've released. Does that make sense of where you are in your life at the moment, coming up to the end of the year and the start of a new one, a new decade? At last, been working a lot of core belief systems, unhealthy patterns and thought forms. I'm nearly done with the healing. Yes, absolutely. It's very, very much that this is saying all the work you've been doing is working. But take time for the rest as well as all the healing. Glad you've joined us, Lady Sif. I'm very glad. You're very welcome. Heather, I know you're going to be up and I will do the animal totem. I just want to do one thing first. And as you're the next person up, you get to have a go. These are the storytelling stones. Ooh. Now, if I tell you we're counting 1, actually if I do it from the way you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! Have you seen these before, Lady Sif? The story stones. What I want you to do, Heather, is one at a time. Tell me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. First one of a number. So from 1 to 9. Number 9. Now I need another number. 1 to 8. You were just completing the ooh ah comment. Ooh ah. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again. 6. 1 more. You've got 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. 2. Last one. 1, 3, 5, 7, or 8. 7. Okay. The story these stones are telling you is a different storytelling divination method. The world is turning. The key to your heart has opened. The lighthouse shining the light on the flame, but you're not sure who the flame is. This is not a significant other. This is somebody else. Shall we find out who? A Piscean. A light bulb. Sorry. The Piscean will whisk you and communicate and bring you flowers. But when we turn them over, there's dinner. Oh goodness, someone has to take out the trash. Sitting at the table chatting. It's a gamble. But he's a honey. And you're going on a trip. It'll be cloudy. Footprints in the sand. You're going to the beach. And you'll be all about thinking about the Wi-Fi. You're going probably on a family holiday somewhere next summer, and someone might even be taking you out for a meal, and with the Pisces there, it might just be fish and chips on the beach. Confused. You're going to West Virginia. Disney for the summer. Well, there you go. These are the storytelling dice, and there are lots of different ways to use them. I just showed you one of where you pick a particular amount of dice. I use the 5 to make the story, and I use the others as a clarifier. But you can actually, because there are different pictures on each side, you can actually tell a very, very long story. It is fun. It is fun. It is a different, it's a bit like you have runes and you have witches' runes. These are story runes or the story dice. And like I did with the Bambrack, I think these are a lot of fun, and I'm going to be keeping these in the mix because I really like them. They're not just for Christmas, but I wanted to bring them out today. So at different times, I will just decide whoever's next in the queue before I actually click the button. They'll be the person who'll have a go before their reading. So did you all like that? Because you've got to have a little bit of fun sometimes. But actually they're very accurate as well. It was fun indeed. Some people can take tarot very seriously, and it's not that I don't take it seriously, as I do when I'm doing my reads. But I also believe in having a little bit of fun and using lots of different divination methods, because there's lots of different ways out there. And you don't always have to have tarot cards to have some divination. So I really like them. I just thought they were great. And I saw them again today and I went, I'm picking those up, and I've been playing with them in the afternoon. I went, I really like those. We're definitely having those on tonight. Why are you confused, Krabby? Like, no coming back, you will just get confused. It's only when you come in the middle of something that you get confused with what's going on. Birds can be used as divinations. I have no idea how to even attempt to do that. It depends on the bird and the way they're flying. And in the murmurations of birds is what they use for that, the pictures they see. You can use clouds. There are thousands of different ways of using divination. People that see pictures in clouds. There's all sorts of things. I like using and finding different ones, and obviously I might not be able to do the pictures of the clouds. You get confused because you're a crow. Ooh, that's not true. Crows aren't confused. Crows are very, very smart, and they're very smart birds. Very smart. I have a Crow Tarot deck that will tell you it's one of the ones that gets right to the point, the Crow Tarot. Cool. So Heather, is this a general reading or did you have a question? Now I've actually got to your reading with the lovely animal totem. Okay, it's a bit of backstory. I accepted a job and then there was some drama, so I decided not to take that job. I got a text from the district manager last night asking if I'd be interested in a job at the same place because the manager got let go. She was the main source of the drama, so I'm just wondering if I should go for it or not. Okay. Let's see what the cards say. So we're asking, should you take... I lost track of who's going to get exposed next, who's next. After Heather, Crow Eats You, then it's Mo Dark Lady Sith. So after I've done this reading, you're next. Yeah, after I've done this reading. Yeah. You're next, and then Lady Sith. And then that's the last two in the queue. Alright? So, Ginger reading, which one do we want? I need to go get coffee and mentally prepare. That's fine. Well, your shadow card, Heather, is also the flamingo. This flamingo is different to the one we had in the Spirit Song Tarot. This one's in a different position. It's a totally different meaning. This flamingo is temperance. Temperance here is balance and flow. The flamingo has balance, it's on one leg. This is showing you that the flamingo, even in deep water, balanced Sagittarius, yes, and we are right in the Sagittarius month. The flamingo is telling you that in deep water, they balance on one leg because they have the ability to stand that way, even though it looks like they've got a very spindly leg, it's very strong. Their feet are strong. They ground deep in the mud and they anchor themselves. Because it's such a fine leg, a very small pull comes around and it actually just goes straight past, so it doesn't give them a hard time. So even when things seem deep and more treacherous, the flamingo has the balance and the flow to withstand that. He has the rainbow, the waterfall, he has the earth, he has the water, he has all of the elements in flow: fire, water, air, and grounded. This is your shadow card. Is saying if there was any negative thoughts about taking the job, the shadow card is telling you, dismiss them. You have the balance and the flow, and temperance is on your side. The flamingo is more than capable of weathering any ripples that may still be residual from that manager. That card is very positive for you. You have strength. This is the bullock cart pulling along here. Strength saying there is nothing that can stop you. You have all the strength you require and the balance to be able to take this job. Normally strength is a lion. In this animal totem, it is the bullock, because they have more strength per pound than most other animals on the planet, apart from a polar bear. It can carry all of this with ease, because that's what it was built for. You have the Ace of Pentacles, a new start, new resources, new job. Cards are telling you, take the job. You have what it takes. You can pack everything you need into that cart. All the things that you need to do the job, you have, you take them with you all the time. The dung beetle is industrious. They work hard. They create the pentacles. It grows and grows and grows. They build their resources. They're reliable. They're steady. They're very good at what they do. Even in an uphill battle, they still have the ability to move forward. You have the strength to do that. Both animals are telling you, in every way, shape and form, on the flat and rugged ground, up the hill, it doesn't matter. In the water, you have the ability to take whatever the job throws at you. In the beginning, when there might be a little bit of still some residual things going on. You have the sun. It's come out again. The pagan ritual, we are bringing the sun into you. We are having winter in England. We have 40 degrees of sun here in Australia. I'm sending it all to you. The meerkat. The meerkat is one that when it is chilled and when it has slept, the first thing it does is come out and find the one patch of sunlight, and it suns itself to get the warmth, because it knows it needs the warmth to regenerate its energy to move forward. Look for the sunlight. Look for the positivity in the situation. The Eight of Swords. Don't let yourself feel trapped. we have here the mole, who always feels he's in the dark, and even when he comes up to the light, he can't see. He feels trapped because he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't realise whether it's day or night. He just knows that wherever he goes, he seems in darkness. Even though the moon is there illuminating, he's not seeing. However, the sun is here. The sun is shining. But because the mole can't see it, he feels trapped, caught up. But it's thoughts. It's not real trap. It's in the thoughts and the mind. So don't let negative thoughts bind you to make you feel that you can't go and have your place in the sun. We have here the Queen of Cups. Reindeer can actually swim. This one, they go into the depths because they get the juiciest sprigs of the seaweed underneath, which is great nourishment and minerals. So again, when people think that they're actually diving into deep water, the reindeer knows that actually when you dive down deep, everything's calmer. There's so much to be had from diving deep. Because people are afraid to stay on the shallows, they get nowhere. When you dive deep, that's when you find the gold. We have the Queen of Pentacles, which in this one is the pig enjoying her mud baths, her resources. She's very abundant. She's upside down, saying, you're not quite the queen yet. Although you're diving deep to get the best things, you haven't yet come to the point of the mastery of it all to have and be the queen with the full abundance. That's not saying it won't happen, it's saying you need more time. Dive deep, take what you need, learn what you need, nourish yourself with what you need, and the abundance will start coming. Upside down we have the Nine of Swords. This is saying, don't let the nightmares, like the Eight, don't let those thoughts keep you in a state of anxiety of the decision you should make. They're all falling away. You don't need to feel trapped, the night terrors, the nightmares, what should I be doing, the thoughts going around and around in your head. Because the Nine of Cups here is telling you how much you've achieved. But those thoughts are stopping you from creating that. Had a lot of those. That's what's stopping you becoming the queen. It's actually the thoughts. It's the negative thinking. The analysis paralysis we talk about. When there is a moment, can someone let me know the options for the cards today? As soon as it's your turn, I will let you know because I've got different decks out today. So does that make sense, Heather? That actually the thing that's stopping you, the block had been taken away with you being given a call by the district manager. He's letting you know the way's been cleared. The obstacles, the physical obstacles that were in your way have been removed for this job. The obstacles of your thoughts are still there. There won't be drama because the drama queen has gone. The only drama now is the drama you make in your head about should I go, should I not. Does that fine? So the cards are telling you, yeah, it was all the negative that made me not want the job, but now the manager is gone. It's like, well, maybe it will be better. I think it definitely will be better, because the energy of the workplace will have changed. You'll be going in fresh with someone else there. It's up to you then. You've got a clean slate to be able to show them exactly what you can do. And the cards are very positive. We know exactly what you can do, and you will do the job well. And you will be able to create a good living. But you have to believe in yourself, and don't let the negative thinking take over. Does that make sense? Yeah, the district manager was like, I looked at your resume, we really want you to join the team. Then, back again, great Crowe. That's very much exactly what you want. When the district manager rings you up, then they're the ones in charge. They know from your resume exactly what you can do. So this is when you go, great. This is a great opportunity. This time of year, getting jobs at Christmas, unless they're temporary retail jobs, are incredibly hard to get. With your resume, with your skills, to be offered the job that you want, with a new slate, a new person coming in, they're going to be starting afresh, you're going to be starting afresh. You can build a relationship from the ground up and show them exactly how you work and what you can do. She was apologising to the manager, said she can't say she's sorry enough. She really wants you. I think this is a done deal. Cards are certainly telling you that all the positive cards are there for you. The negative cards were coming from your own thoughts and your own belief of what could happen, but she's not there anymore. That's giving power to the shadow that's no longer existing. Clean slate, clean energy, new start, new job, new year, new decade. How cool is that? That's the best way to start a new decade, a new job, a whole new horizon opening up for you. This is brilliant. This is exactly what the stars are aligning for right now. Let go of the negativity, let go of the old. New year, new me. Absolutely. Absolutely. Whole new job. Doesn't get any better than that. Okay? Hello, you. No. I know it's a tree. And you have. No. Anna.
Roxy.
No, get down. Down. Good girl.
No.
But Matri, it's the first time it's been up all afternoon, but it's been so hot, she hasn't really taken any notice. Now it's like, ooh, what's that? Like so, like a toy. Okay, Lady Sith, I'm just going to explain the cards because I have changed the setup a lot today. We have elemental decks and animal decks because I've taken Christmas kind of back to the pagan roots. So I've got Crowe to do, but just so you can have a little think about it yourself, I've got the Spirit Song Tarot, which is animals. It's the spirit animals and the advice they give. Still in a tarot deck. These are all tarot decks. The Druid Calf Tarot, so that's very much based on the elements but the more Druid overtones and Celtic. The Wizard's Tarot is an elemental deck, and it is based on the 4 schools of a student in a magic school learning magic through the mages. So the colour of the students is actually the elementals, and the interpretations, still a tarot deck, but very elemental in interpretation, pagan and magic. The animal totem you saw is again very much based on the animal power as a totem animal, but still in a tarot deck format. And then what I'm going to do for everybody who's had a reading, at the end, you're going to choose an oracle card to finish the night with. And I have a crystal oracle, an animal oracle, a crystal oracle, and a druid oracle. So everybody who's had a reading will have an oracle card to take a message away with them until the next time, to give you something to take with me. Do you feel anything coming from me? I'm kind of not sure. What I'll do is I'll kind of tune in a little bit more. I'm going to do Crowy, and then when I come back and we do you, we will have a look through and see which one is more you're thinking Druidcraft. You can have a think about that, and we can talk about it when you're ready. If you don't want any of these decks, you keep thinking and just have a look and see what you feel. Okay? Let me just... If I do that, then you can see them a bit more and kind of zone in on them a little bit more. Okay? Sounds good. And that way you can kind of see them and go, yeah, which one's drawing me to it. They also have these crystals on them this time. This first one has wealth. There. Faith for that one. Believe and harmony. So you can have a think about those. Crowy, you're ready. I'm just about to do the cue, so it brings your name up. Okay, Crowy, it's up to you. Why are you scared, sweetie? More exposing. No, you can have a general reading and see what that brings up. You're just kidding, that's all right then. And I know sometimes readings can bring up things that we don't. It's not exposing, just a general one, that's fine. Oh, Crowy. You said it, not me. Crowy, which deck do you want? Do you want the Spirit Song? But like which deck? Whichever one you feel drawn to. Spirit Song, Wealth, Druidcraft, Faith, Wizard Tarot, Believe, Animal Totem, Harmony. So you can either choose because you like the picture, you like the back, you like the word. Only those four. These are the four tarots. These are oracles. These read them in a minute. Slightly different tonight. Which ones would you like? This one? This one here? Yep. I'm just making sure it's the right one from the way you're seeing it on the camera to me. That's all. I just like to double check. So this is the Wizard Tarot. So think, did you ever watch Harry Potter movies? You know, like Harry Potter was at Hogwarts at a magical school? Love Harry Potter. Well, the Wizard's Tarot is based on a magical school. Yeah, me too, I love them. And it is about the students who are in this school learning magic, and the majors are each of the lessons they learn through their tutors and professors. The colours they wear, they're all students in here, and it's the lessons they're learning as they learn their magic. So when you see a suit, they'll have a particular colour. That's their house colour. So all the reds are fire, all the blues are cups, see how we go. So we'll do a general. Okay. Two elemental corners. We have the Ace of Cups. The cups here are water people. They are mermaids. You see, going into the water, bringing out the cup with all the water signs on the cup of the zodiac. This card is saying a new friendship, a new start in emotions. So this can be a friend, a relationship. It can also be learning to start liking yourself a little bit more. Starting to get to know yourself. Looking inward and going, I kind of got to get to like myself first. Love myself. So this is the mermaids learning the magic of how to control emotions, and this is the very start, so the very beginning. So this is like the first day of term where they're diving in and finding all about the element of water. This is rude, but let me please get my cleaning stuff so I keep working on my electronics and listening to only 10 seconds. Okay? Done. Okay. Next time, Chloe, when you take a break to get your drink of water, get everything set up. Okay? Make sure you're listening now. So, this is the mermaid. First day, learning all about the water element, learning what they're doing. They're at the very start. One's the beginning. So, they don't know a great deal. It's all new to them. However, they can see as they progress through the term and they learn their lessons well and take the time to listen and focus on what they're doing. They move forward and become the Knight of Cups. So there is a progression. They've gone through the minors of the 10 and they've now become a court card. So they've learnt the basics and now they're going on to the next level. But they're not quite the page. They've learned a little bit more. They're now the Knight. So they're still moving forward, but they're still not the master of them. But they're down underneath. He has the cup, but he now has more ability to converse and be with the fish and the other sea life, and he has a smaller trident than Neptune. He's still learning, but he will eventually take over as king. He will learn to master his emotions. He will master the element of water, his feelings. So this is telling you that when you start out either trying to get to know more of your own self and who you are, or someone else in a relationship or a friendship, realize that when you start out with the first step, there is a long way to go. It is like the first day of school, in a new term, and you're getting to know people. So you talk about what you like, all the different things. So this is learning all about how to deal with people. Okay? So this is learning how to deal with people and emotions and starting from scratch. You have 2 more court cards here. This could be people in your life, or it could be different facets of your nature. So the first one again is the Knight. So we have the Knight of Cups and we have the Knight of Swords. Knights are young. They're impressionable. They're not as young as pages, which are very young teenagers. Knights tend to be 18 to 25. They tend to be people who have a little bit of knowledge, but still have a long way to go to learn and a long way to master something. This is the emotions and people. This is their thoughts. So sometimes, if the emotions get the better of them, they might say things that they don't mean to say. They say them in the heat of the moment. They just come out. They don't stop themselves. They don't filter what they say or what they feel. The Knight of Wands is also someone who is getting to understand how to communicate. He has wings. He has a great ability to see things from above, to see the air of how everything works. But more than anything, he can put his foot in it by saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. Especially if the 2 sides of the Knight, for the emotions and the words are coming out, you kind of feel he's getting it all wrong. But Knight's up aggression. It's learning, it's moving. It's not staying still. And that's really positive. It's being able to go, I'm getting better at what I'm doing. We then have the Queen of Pentacles. Pentacles here is in winter time because the resources are tight, and the Queen, although it's winter, she still has a beautiful cloak. She has her fur on. She has her boots. She made sure that even though when winter comes, because she's the gnome, that's her element, the pentacles are gnome, they're very practical. They make sure things are done. She may not be the greatest beauty in the world, but she will never go cold and hungry in the winter because she's learned all the lessons. She's the queen. This may be a woman in your life, a mature lady who is practical and gives advice, maybe helps put a roof over your head, food on the table, clothes on your back. It can be a mother, a grandmother, an aunt, a friend. Sometimes for those that are studying at university, it's like the frat house mother or the person in charge, the supervisor. Doesn't always have to be a woman. It's someone who is caring and nurturing, but also who takes care of, trying to press with bad English understanding. Okay, that's fine. It can be a person, can be a lady, or it can be someone who helps you with the things you have to do in everyday life. So it might be someone who helps you where you're renting or where you're living, or helping you cope with day-to-day life. Does that make sense? Is it this card you're having problems with? You're a bit lost. In what way are you lost? In this card, yeah. This is the Queen of Pentacles. So Pentacles is your resources. So this is money, time, energy, the things in your home. If you live at home, or if you rent your own place, or if you're at university or college, this is to do with your everyday things in your life. This is having the things you need, or someone helping, providing you with the things you need. If you haven't got them all on your own, it's someone helping you get them. So for someone who's young, sometimes it's their mother who's buying their clothes or buying the food or paying their rent. Someone who's studying at university or college, it might be someone who helps look after the dorm they're living in. Does that make more sense? Got it. Okay. So this one's saying sometimes you've had 3 court cards. These could be people. So this could be someone who's helping you. This could be someone who's helping you, and so could this, because you've got 3 together. So quite often these might be family or friends or people that just help where you're living and helping you come to terms with what you've got to do, to how you deal with friends, how you deal with communicating and talking to people. Okay? This card's here. 6 of Swords. This is your thoughts. Most of the time it's random. Sometimes family, teachers, friends, strangers. Yeah. This is saying that there are different people coming in and out helping you with things all the time. So they don't have to be someone specific, but there are 3 people here who are helping you with communication, with settling in, and with the day-to-day things of food, rent, power, travelling, all of those day-to-day things that you need to get through. Okay? The 6 of Swords is feeling good about where you are. It's like there's been some troubled times in the past, and now you're kind of getting further ahead. And both with these 2, because they're swords, they're the element of air and they're wearing yellow. Sometimes air isn't always blue, it can be yellow. A lot of trouble in the past. This is saying you're starting to leave that trouble behind and you're going forward because your thoughts are getting better, what you're doing is getting better, you're thinking more positively. So when you think positively, that's when you start leaving the past behind and move forward to the future and feeling good about it. This is the 9 of Pentacles. This is you wanting to get better at your skills so you can earn more money. This one here has worked really hard. She's a falconer. She has a hawk. She's worked really hard to train that falcon to actually come back to her when she wants it to. It takes a lot of time and effort and dedication. It's the 9. She's been working all the way from the 1 all the way up to the 9 out of the 10. So she's put in hundreds of hours. It is sometimes hard to move forward when I can't use my past as foundation, so I need to make a new foundation and then jump out of it towards something else. Your past is always your foundation, whether you like your past or not, because if it hasn't been great, we learn from it. Your foundation is your foundation, you build upon that. Overcoming traumas and bad things is how we build a new layer on that foundation and make it more stable. The new foundation you're making is you're building on the past to move you forward. Okay, Nana, Anna, you have Ollie, and if Roxy's in use, I'll grab her too. She seems to have settled down now. She realised she can't actually have the tree. Anna hasn't been modding, she's just been listening in on her phone because we've had 42-degree heat here today and it's knocked her a great deal. So she's resting, see how she is. She was kind of lurking, yeah, just because it's been a really rough day with the heat. We've had 4 days in a row now. We've still got another 2 at 40 degrees. So it's really hot. And it takes it out of you when it's so hot, and even at night time. Ninja mod. Absolutely. It's really hot. It hasn't gone below 30 at night. Yeah, you want winter? Yeah, it's super hot here. Super hot. Some summer stuff would be nice. I have winter. Yeah, this is early summer. This is the first week in summer, and we have had 4 days in a row of over 40 degrees. And they tell us it's going to be like this most of the summer. It is going to be a scorcher here in WA. Hot, hot, hot. 40 degrees and plus most of the time. The noise is the fan. Sorry about that. I've turned the air conditioner off. If we have the fan off, temperature goes up plus 35 degrees. And it's 10:20 at night. No, it's super hot. It really is. So, apologise about the fan. That noise is the heat. Oh, it is. It is. It's terrible. Yeah, absolutely. Don't need it. Don't need it at all. So, Kirby, do you understand this one? This is you with your electronics. This is you learning that this is what you want to do. There's a lot of work ahead. And we've spoken about this before, the courses. So this is saying you can get there, but you are going to have to work. I made my ACES some months ago. Yes, I understand. Yeah. It was on very early this morning. It was 33 degrees at 8 o'clock this morning. That's fine. And this is saying you've got lots of time to do it, but you're on the right track. Okay? And you won't fill all those holes of knowledge up in one day. Give yourself time. Understand that it takes time to learn and assimilate and understand. You have the 5 of Swords. This is your thoughts. This is little struggles and battles in your head, sometimes with other people, maybe arguments, maybe miscommunication, maybe misunderstandings, or maybe just some people you don't get on with. Because we all have people we don't get on with, or a group of people, and sometimes there's fights, but this one, you're picking up the swords, you've kind of come out on top. That was fire, this one was feelings, the water element. So this one had too many feelings, this one got too intense, this one here was logic. This was understanding the words and what to say. So you won't win by being over emotional. You won't win by being all bluff and bluster and trying to get in their face. You win by talking and being logical and focused. I don't get how it's turning better in time. Because things get better as you learn more. You're quite young now. It takes time to learn things, and the more you learn, the better you get at things. The battles are hardcore because you're making them hardcore. These battles are small. In your head, if you're making them hardcore, that's you. There is no reason for these battles to be hardcore. This is a small skirmish. Me, yeah, you. This is you making it out to be a mountain rather than a molehill. This is a small skirmish. This is a small misunderstanding. If you overreact, you make it the mountain, you make it hardcore. They don't need to be hardcore. That's you making it hardcore. This is where you have to look at your behavior, your thoughts, your actions, and what you say. The 6 of Wands. No, emotions don't prevent you from making best decisions. That's you just, this here is passion. This isn't emotions. This is getting overly riled up. So this is saying it's my emotions, and going, my emotions are getting the better of me. This is allowing negative emotions. This is the 6 of Wands. This is going, I'm the one in the right. I have to do this. I have to do that. Pushing forward, bulldozing through. That's what you meant? Yeah. That's you. That's you trying, I don't mean this disrespectfully, being a little bit of a know-it-all and being a, I am this, I am that. And that's not you yet. You're trying to jump too many steps. You have to remember, you're still young, you're still learning. What you're trying to do is become the royalty, the kings and queens, far too early. You're trying to miss steps and jump steps. Exposed. Yeah. That's on you. That's your behavior. You have to change yourself. And when you say exposed, that tells me you know exactly what I'm talking about. You can't handle these readings, big smile. You can handle them because sometimes it seems to me that you sometimes need a good, swift dose of truth. Hits me too much? Oh, I don't think it hits you enough. If it was hitting you too hard, I would know it. Okay. I only tell you what the cards are saying, and you know what the cards are saying? They're telling you exactly what you already know. Sometimes Crowy can get a little bit big for his boots. And sometimes he can go in boots and all, even when he shouldn't. Saying, oh, I'm just joking. Passive aggressive. Cut it out. Okay? Exactly. Repeat it to me and I'm like, no, I don't listen. You don't listen, I don't care. I won't read for you anymore. Ah, listen to the Terry DNA. Yeah. Fine, I shush. You don't have to shush. But if you keep telling me at the end of the read, you're not going to bother listening to what I tell you, I'm not going to bother wasting my time. I give free readings. I love doing them. But if you want to act big and tough with me, trust me, 60 years old, way more life experience than you, I will shut you down. Not difficult for you, you make it difficult for you. Because the way you react, you come back and go, I'm not going to listen, I'm not going to do this. That's fine, because you know what that does to people? They just go, don't listen, don't care, go away. And I'm not telling you to go away, I'm telling you that if you don't learn and start communicating, and it's not just your language, it's your attitude. If your attitude is wrong, then what will happen is people will take you the wrong way. I think you're a very nice young man. I can tell that through some of the conversations, and you're trying very hard. And it takes a lot of practice to change your attitude. It really does. It doesn't come overnight. But if you want to go ahead and you want to do the things you want to do and improve and make that good life for yourself and learn and have people help you, they will only do that when you start acting in a manner that they realize you're listening. Because if people take the time and trouble to talk to you, read for you, or give you advice, or give you help, and you kind of turn it back and go, la 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 la, not listening, not listening, la 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 la, not listening. You know what they're going to say? Not worth my time. It's not always like that. 4 times I've read for you, and 4 times you've told me you will not listen to me afterwards. So, if it's not always like that, then start turning back the times that it is. Okay? I'm happy to read for you. But if you come back at the end of every reading and when I say this you don't want to do it, go ahead out, thanks so much for reading, it helps a lot. I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased. Can you wait 1 minute and I draw you an oracle card? Oh, notice it just difficult to see and to change it. Understand that's difficult. Understand that's difficult. That takes time. Sure. While you're taking that in, I'm just going to pull. Did you want an animal, a crystal, or a druid? Heather? Animal, crystal, or druid? Oracle. Crystal. It's difficult, not impossible. Some days will be harder than others. Absolutely. I need more punishment. I guess so I can't come back to you like you say. You can come back all the time you want. But if you try being uppity with me and saying you're going to listen, you need to be less hard on yourself. Absolutely. Because I'm only telling you what you already know. I'm not telling you can't come back. I'm telling you that you are the one that has to start making the changes. Heather, oh, this is a lovely one. This is our new crystal deck, and it is called Precious Gems. I need to put it this way. And this is moonstone. So this space has moonstones all around it. Absolutely gorgeous. The moonstone is illuminating. It helps us remove fears. They are gorgeous. This is my new oracle, crystal oracle deck. It is called Rhythms. Like the moon has cycle and had the rhythms of the water, how the moon has the tide flow. This moonstone is telling you that the rhythm of life for you is about to change dramatically. Listen to the cycle, listen to the rhythms, and when there is a new moon, go outside, allow yourself to feel the moonstone. Feel the moon, and if you have a moonstone, it would be very helpful for you, especially in the next year. Because this card is telling you the cycles of life have a lot to bring you. I just wanted you to have your oracle card before you left. Go get a moonstone. Really start listening. If you can get a moon diary that has the different cycles and start writing things, when you look back on, it'll help you a great deal. Really help you a great deal. And we're a moonstone. Really helps with the cycles and learning to control emotions, but also the cycles of life. So Crowy. But I'm bad at things, I need to be hard on yourself. You know, listen to Mo Dark Lady Sith. You need to be less hard on yourself because you're punishing yourself for things that you don't need to. You're very welcome, Heather. You're very welcome. One thing that helped me read, recognizing the things, even little negative things I would say, like, oh, I'm just weird. I just start telling myself, I'm not weird, I'm unique. Absolutely. The words, those ones with the swords, this one here, how you talk to yourself, your self-talk is negative. So you are just reinforcing all the negative things you think about yourself because you're telling yourself more negative things. Every person on this planet is unique, different and wonderful. None of us are the same. We have different gifts, different talents, different quirks, different ways of doing things. You need to learn patience. You need to learn that you have a long way to go and a lot of growing to do. You can't jumpstart the growing process. You have to take it one day at a time, one situation at a time, and realize not everything comes right overnight. You have to learn to start from the beginning. Number one, little baby steps, learning all the time. Because when we say the wrong things, our emotions go the wrong way, that's when things happen. And we start talking negatively about all the things that are going on. and creating more problems for ourselves and more negative talk. There's nothing wrong with you at all. You're not bad. You need to be patient, start liking yourself a lot more. That Ace of Cups is actually you needing to start appreciating the skills and gifts you have and start liking yourself as a person. Not doubting yourself and talking badly to yourself, and that then gives you an attitude because you're very much on the defensive, thinking people are putting you down. They're not. But when you come across that way, people will then react to the way you are, instead of being the really nice young man that you are. And Lady Sith is right. Starting to discover patience for herself, feels so much better, and I start to feel less stressed out. Telling ourselves all those negative things and not being patient with ourselves, being hard on ourselves, talking down about ourselves, all that does is make your life 100 times harder than it has to be. And you make mountains out of molehills. You make a small situation worse, not because it is worse, because of how you see it and perceive it. You think it's worse. You think everyone's getting at you, but actually they're not. They're trying to help you. Like everyone in this channel is here to support you and be a friend to you and be positive with you. But if you throw negativity back, then people wonder why they're trying to help. Because people actually like to help other people. It's what we do, it's human nature. We want to actually help others. So Chloe, does that help? Are you there, Chloe? Have you gone away? Believe in the tarot?
Yeah.
Lady Sis, do you want a general reading or a question? Take your time, it's not a problem at all. There's no one else in the queue now. It's been closed. You're the last one, so no pressure at all. Just whatever you feel. I'm just going to quietly have a drink while you think about it. Chloe, are you still in chat or have you left? Because I didn't mean to scare you away. That wasn't the object of the exercise. It wasn't what I was trying to do. Not sure how to phrase the question, but here's what happened recently. Found my love and I'm still having doubts, believing that it's real. I guess even though I feel it's real, I feel the love, but I still doubt it. Okay. So, new relationship. Not quite sure if it's the real thing, and if the feelings you have are just the first kind of flush of love, or if it's actually a quite deep. Honestly, I've had my heart chakra closed for so long, I'm scared, I guess. Okay. And that's why I always have the hearts here. So let's bring some hearts and love in, shall we? Oh, it's real. I'll be moving to Canada next year. Just want to keep believing and not let the doubt come in and stay. Everyone's moving to Canada. I'm so stupid happy I can't even. I'm really pleased. That's lovely. I've got to say, I've met some Canadian men and I've certainly seen some on streaming, and definitely something about Canadian men. Well, he's a special kind of special, but he's taken. Plus, he's like his brother, but he's so gross. I know he's like a son to me. I just think he's gorgeous, though. He's just a gorgeous man. I love Pawnee to bits. He's just. I want to believe that we'll get through the slight drama that has started because of Twitch jealousy. Okay. First thing that came into my head was don't let others rain on your parade. Let's do the big gun. The Nine of Cups. This is what you're feeling right now. This is exactly what you want it to be. The Nine of Cups with all the happiness, all the joy, cup overflowing. I tell him all the time, I keep saying, Pawnee that until he finally believes it. Absolutely. Let's turn upside down. This is your heart space saying, I want it to be true. I'm really scared that it actually is true. You do need to open your heart space. It's open, but what it's saying is, like you said exactly, I'm not believing that the feelings are real. And because of that, what you're doing is overshadowing what is actually there. You are almost, instead of talking yourself out of it, you're almost making those feelings redundant. In by saying, oh, I love him, I'm absolutely made up over him. Yeah, you're making them disappear. And they're still there, but you're very much, that big one, that's quite a chunky heart. And when it's like that, you're saying it's all there, it's absolutely redundant. And you're almost going, no, I don't need those feelings. I've done this long without them. I don't need them. So you're almost saying they're redundant because although I have them, I'm trying to make myself feel like I don't need them, that then they're not required, that I can live my life without them. They're not redundant, they're actually there. They really are there. That's a beautiful card. It's a really lovely card. I'm back. I just had to leave because Grandma wanted something stuff. That's okay. I just wanted to let you know I wasn't telling you off. I wasn't giving you a hard time. I just talk straight. I don't sugarcoat it because that's not what people get from me. People get the truth. Okay? So, don't want you to leave the channel. Just like Lady Sith said, you've got to start doing some work on yourself and realising the negative self-talk and the negative belief doesn't help you. Alright? So, that sets the tone, Lady Sith. You know, I'm not giving, you're not taking a beating. Oh, trust me, if I was giving you a beating, you'd know about it. That was me being fair but honest. I have done this so long without hard feelings, but from my recent car accident has shown me how much I really want someone in my life to help me when things get rough. We balance each other so well. When you've had something major happen physically, like a car accident, and you realise how vulnerable you are on your own, we go, I'm back. Thank you once again for the reading. You're more than welcome, Paper Priest. If you're staying around, I'll be drawing oracle cards at the end. You're taking a beating because the truth is too much? Now that's not taking a beating. When you're told the truth and you know it's the truth, that's you getting a reality check. That's not a beating. A reality check is a good thing. A beating, I don't do beatings. I give reality checks. So, the Page of Pentacles is very much at the heart here. It's resources. It's you learning as the page to utilize your resources in a new way. You're always like, hey, this is what we should focus on. Exactly. Well done. This is you thinking practically about the resources of, I want to start afresh, but I know that I don't want to do it on my own. I want someone else there. I want this progression. No, one card for each of you. The oracle cards will be one for each. I've done Heather, she had to leave. So if you've got to leave the channel, let me know and I'll pull yours now. So does that make sense to you, Lady Sith, that this is what it is since your car accident? You've been reevaluating your resources, your lifestyle, the material things in your life, and you feel like it's almost like a fresh start? Yes, it does. Okay, that's the other sentence going on. These two. That's the way you're feeling in your heart space, but actually, practically, you know full well that this is a new beginning. Link of Hyrule 565, Wave, how are you? Lovely to see you in the channel. Stay to the end of the stream, that's absolutely fine. Thank you for that. We're just doing Lady Sith's reading. Seems like a very fun beginning. The cards tell you what it is you need to hear. The question you put was one where the cards are saying, have to let you know in the right way how to turn this. because this is the biggest card on the table. This is the biggest emotion that is at work here. This is the Labradorite. This is working on how psychically and with your third eye and opening up chakras. The Two of Wands. The Labradorite is saying decision time. Two of Wands. You can see the portal at level 11. There is a gateway. But when there's a break here and here, this is also a stage. This card is saying the fire here. Look at this flame. Can you imagine? This is one half of the twin flame. The flames here are the portal of the twin flame. It's saying, I need to make that decision and take that flame through the portal to meet the other half of it. When we have the lines here halfway through, it's called a stage card. It means we are at a stage in our life where we have to take the mask off and stop playing a part and stop putting our life under the scrutiny of others. We are not a player in a drama. This is our life. We can move off the stage through the portal into real life. The players can stay here all they like, but our stage is one of our own making, and it's through that portal and it's real life, not the stage that is set for us and other people are making their drama impact on the stage of life that we're in at this precise moment. You said about the Twitch jealousy. This is the platform. The stage is a platform. Twitch is a platform. This card is speaking directly to the jealousy of that platform. Those dang agreements I said are annoying. Yep, the 4 agreements, if they're the ones you're talking about. So this is telling you, they say every part of the world's a stage and every person a player. And you can change them. But you don't have to be a player. You can be a creator. Yes, the 4 agreements, I know them well. That is the Labradorite crystal telling you. And can you see we're not only using the elements, but I'm using the crystals, which is very much the pagan way of using things, of actually using the energy of the crystal to work with the element. This is the different setup again. Because I had to break you guys in gently. This is the picture Jasper. This draws the pictures. This is a creative stone. This is, we can draw our own future. This is the creativity that we bring in pictures. It is the symbols, the pictures of what we look at. It allows us, and I love this one, because it has a river that runs all the way through. The river that runs through the heart, we can either let the emotions drown us, or we can go with the flow of the heart and come back. And when we come through here, we find that the river has actually flowed all the way through and is pooling all through our heart. It's filling our heart. That's why I love this one. And look at the card. It is the Lovers. The flow of love through the picture Jasper is prophetic. You have the card of Lovers. This is the 2 here. They are being taught that the element of love is essential in life. They're being taught that with all the book learning and the knowledge, the 2 trees here are telling us that the angel of love here is saying the fruit of the tree in love. To understand that truth, the feathers, that in true love, when we speak the truth, and we speak the truth from our heart, we are blessed with the two trees from the lovers of the Garden of Eden with the angel. It is the duality of life, and you have it with the most beautiful crystal. Are you getting the feeling the cards are telling you that the only thing holding you back is you? This here is like an enlarged heart, and it gets bigger and bigger. But this is the shadow part of the heart. This is the part where we go, this is the centre of our heart that's filled. I'm getting watery eyes and yes. This here is the light of our heart. This is the shadow. This here is the negativity, and it's coming in from outside. It's other people trying to push that darkness into our heart to create a shadow that actually isn't really there. Because when we open up, can you see this picture? It is the wings of the angel. It is actually the crescent, but it is actually an engagement ring. It is very much, and when you turn it up this way, it is the ring on the finger with the diamond. Can you see how clear that is? It's that ring, and that diamond has been put on the ring for you to wear. And all this darkness here goes because of the light that this love brings into your heart. So much love that I need to go and fix stuff. Do you see why I use the crystals? And the particular ones I use? We're now going to the selenite. The selenite brings clarity and purity to the cards and allows us to sweep away the negative. Technically, he said he'll marry me twice before I even went to meet him. That was before we actually realised how strong our connection was. He obviously felt something. Those crystals are great. I'm very particular with the crystals I get, really particular. And I use the symbolism and the imagery I get from them a great deal. And they're picked for a purpose. They're picked for a purpose. Everything on this table has been handpicked for a very good reason. The Wheel of Fortune. We have Jupiter and Venus in the sky, the Wheel of Fortune. The wheel is turning. Hello Lothra, how are you? Lovely to see you in the channel. I'm just halfway through, ladies, this reading. But it doesn't matter if you're a bit late. I had no one else who had a reading, but I've opened the queue. If you'd like to have a reading, you're more than welcome to have one. It doesn't matter. The fact that you made it here is lovely, and I appreciate that. I really do. So the Wheel of Fortune, Lady Sith, is saying everything is turning in your favour. Jupiter and Venus are in there. All of this is turning. The wheel, the zodiac wheel here. These figures here, they're the past. He's turning the wheel, and the past is no longer what is actually in his vision. That is gone. He's facing the new. He's creating the new. He's spinning a whole new future. You have the Four of Swords. The selenite is saying, again with the clarity and purity, rest and repose. These thoughts are thoughts. Do not let other people's thoughts interrupt. Dad is starting to feel less good. Don't let their thoughts pierce you and take you away from the rest and the, I'm worried about telling some of my family, I don't think they will understand. Okay. These thoughts, that's your big worry. Okay. This is you feeling calm and serene. The 3 swords here tell me there might be 3 people who you need to tell. The sword here by your side is telling you everything will be okay, especially because of how fast this has all happened. Let's see what the middle cards say. But this is telling you here that these are words only. No matter what they think or say, those 3 swords aren't touching you. They're not affecting the calm. They're not affecting your thoughts and repose unless you let them. They are like the 3 of swords in the broken heart. Words can only harm you if you give them the power to. They're not physically going to impale you with a sword. They will say things. They may say them in anger, they may say them out of care. It's hard not to take things other people say personally, but I'm working at it. It is very hard, especially when it's to do with a relationship and we want people's sometimes approval, but their validation and that their good wishes and congratulations. The Judgment card. You are the one that is judging. You are the one that is judging how people are going to react. You want them to feel happy for you, but you're already judging that they will do it in a negative way. I think that's what I'm doing. You are projecting your judgment and this onto them. The Phoenix here rises again. The students here are from all of the suits, so it's balance. Person here is saying everything here is in balance and in flow, and even when things go wrong, the Phoenix rises again. Because judgment is about fairness. It is about balance. It's about saying, I will only judge you harshly if things are wrong. But if you're balanced and calm and feel this is the right thing, then I have no reason to judge you. I may feel differently. I may think differently. That is not a reason to judge. And those that do, it is a projection of their feelings rather than their thoughts about the situation. Don't allow the misgivings of others to shape your life. It is your life to live. It is your relationship for you to follow if that is what is in your heart. But actually, the truth isn't judgment at all. It's the Empress. And this is the rose quartz. This is the heart chakra. And the heart chakra is saying, the Empress, the mother, the lover, the abundance, the giver of life, the giver of love. The most beautiful card for a woman to get in the reading when it's a relationship. because it's Venus followed by love. It's of being able to give everything that they want to give to someone else. Be that motherhood, wife, family, children, the abundance, the ability to keep. He calls you his queen. You are his empress. You are his empress. You are Mother Gaia. You are she who will fulfill everything not only he wants in life, but what you want from life. This card is telling you it won't take a lot to open your heart chakra. I thought it would be super cheesy and I would hate it, but I absolutely love it. I'm glad. I only can tell you what the cards are saying. And the cards are saying you know exactly how you feel. That niggle. It didn't take long to open it once I made less than a day. And that's the whole point. When it is the right person, that's exactly how it happens. You do know. Yes, you do. And are you going to let the jealousy of other people on a platform who may not know you well and assume they do to dictate your life and a relationship and who you're going to spend your life with and be with and where you're going to live and how you're going to live? Because that came up, that's you giving all the power to them. Rather, well, there's the ring. And do what you want. Do what you know what you want, what you feel is right, what you know is right. Yep, you got what I was saying. I did. I knew exactly what you were saying, and so did the cards. And that's why those cards came out the way they did. And that's why they came out under those crystals the way they did. It was exactly what you needed to hear. Lot 3, you're going to be next in the queue, but I'm very quickly. Pagacrease, are you there so I can draw you an oracle card? Got a new setup tonight, lots as you can see, and I've done tarot readings. I'm just going to pull some oracle cards and then I'll get on with your tarot reading. So you need to pull Pagacrease and Lady Sith an oracle card each. Are you there, Pagacrease? I'm glad that's what you needed to hear. While I'm waiting for Pagacrease, he may have just been AFK. Would you like to choose an oracle card? You can choose the Divine Animal deck. You can choose the Crystal deck, or you can choose the Druid Animal deck. So you have the Animal deck, the Crystals, or the Druid deck. Druid. Lothra, you're going to get the chance to pick a tarot card, and after your tarot reading, then I'll pick a, wait, was that me? Yeah. Druid animal for you. Ah, that's okay. So, just Pagacrease was in here. I said he was going to wait to the end, and then he's obviously popped out, so when he comes back in, I'll grab him and do an oracle card. Ooh. The card you have, Lady Sith, is the Salmon. The Salmon is an incredible oracle. She says. The Salmon changes once in its life when it's going to mate. Salmon swims upriver, upstream, because they always go back to the place they were born. They're very strong in their roots. They know their path in life, they know their purpose in life. They know exactly what is guiding them, and they let nothing or anything deviate them from the path and their life purpose. Salmon has one purpose in life, and that is to procreate back where it was born. And no matter how many thousands of miles away they are in the ocean, they go back to the stream of pure water to mate. And then what they will do is their front of their face, it will grow differently. And that is them getting to the point where they use that extra lip of almost like bony protuberance to actually claw and fight their way to hold onto rock when whirlpools are trying to pull them apart and the flow of the river is trying to push them back downstream. They will claw their way to where they're going without deviation, without any thought of anything else. They stay on track until they get to that place. See that? They will literally go up the river and they will go up the falls to get to the very top of that where they were spawned in the first place. And every salmon does that once in their life. This card is telling you, do not deviate from your path. You know what your purpose is, you know what you want to do. Do not let outside influences or things stop you. If that isn't a great validation for the reading you just had, I don't know what is. Absolutely. Okay, let's just get Lothra ready. Lothra, you are up next. And if we see Paga Crease, we'll tell him he's got an oracle card to be drawn. Okay, Lothra. Got to go make some phone calls for adulting. You're very, very welcome. You take care. Let me know how things go. I'm really interested. Okay. We have Spirit Song Tarot, Druid Craft Tarot, the Wizard Tarot, and the Animal Totem. They're different decks to what we've had before. And that's because today I have 12 stream days left for the end of the year. So I'm doing my 12 days of Christmas. Thank you, I really would like to know. Even if you private message me, that's fine. I'd really like to know how things go. And I wish you the very best. I really do. So I've gone back more to the pagan roots rather than the Christmassy decks. And that's what these ones are for. You have these cards as stones, but are those Ferrero Rocher right in front of you? Link of Hydra, yes they are. They are Ferrero Rocher. Because even in the pagan days, and they used to celebrate with the Christmas tree, the Yule tree, they would put treats and things on it. So on my tree, I'm putting Ferrero Rocher. So yes, Ferrero Rocher, definitely. So this is my special Christmas tree. So I was wondering, well, I'd send them down to you guys, but it's a little bit hard virtually. But yes, the Ferrero Rocher are building up for Christmas. But there are ways of using them in divination. If that was a Ferrero Rocher, they are different kinds of Ferrero Rocher. That is the normal Ferrero Rocher. Hello, Packer Chris. I need to draw you an oracle card. This is the Raffaello. This has the coconut on the outside. And this one here has the round and right. It has a nut thing inside it. So I couldn't decide, so I got a big box of all of them. And had all of them in there. And I'd love to have sent you all some Ferrero Rocher, but they kind of wouldn't make it. So, as the 12 days go past, the only thing Ferrero Rocher can tell me is that I ate too much chocolate. See, this is the time of year you can't eat too much chocolate. It's just, it's chocolate. And it's Ferrero Rocher, and it doesn't get much better than that. Packer Chris, body here, I need to pull you an oracle card. So, do you want the Divine Animal Oracle, the crystals, or the Druid? So that's hope, serenity, or believe. The Druid. And have you enjoyed the stream, Link of Hyrule, tonight? You found it interesting and enjoyed what we do? Good. If you'd like to follow me, and I think you've been in long enough, if you wanted a reading, that's fine, I'm happy to do one. But if you do that and do the notifications and Twitter, you'll be able to know when I go live, because I go live at 3 different times during the week. So, and as the channel gets bigger, people that follow and subscribe will get to have more cards read for them than those who don't. Just because of the mechanics of the amount of time and people I can read for. So, while the channel's still growing, I can do slightly longer reads, but it will come to a point where it has to be a set amount of cards. So, Packer Chris, you have the bee. The bee in the Druid deck is telling of the symbolism of the sun, because they do a sun dance to communicate where the nectar is of the flowers, so they can create honey. So it's their main level of communication is by dancing under the sun. These elements here mean community. So the hut there with that is saying it's a community. Because bees are a hive, they have a community. Community is very strong. So this is saying for you, a community is very important. Your communication to the outside world and with others is very important to you. But the greatest thing of all about the honeybee is that it's self-sufficient. It relies on the hive, but it understands that its purpose is unique. Whether it's a collector honeybee, whether it's a drone, whether it's a worker, it understands that it's self-sufficient in the fact that it does exactly what it's supposed to do. It knows just by doing that job and that job alone, everything works out, because when everybody in the community, in the hive, in their job, in their role, in their purpose, does exactly what they're supposed to do, everything under the sun works out. So the bee is telling you when you feel unsure what path to take, always go back to your true nature and do what you know is your life purpose, what you're meant to do. And if you're not sure, do your everyday things the very best you can, because your life purpose will tell you and come to the point where you know that what you're doing is exactly where you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to be doing in the whole scheme of your life, the community, and everything under the sun will fall into place. And that totem is saying there is always a reason behind our actions. The totem is the point where we know our life purpose and how we fit in to the grand scheme of everything under the sun. Does that make sense? That's a really deep message, and it sure does make sense. I love the Oracle cards. As I said, the cards tonight were chosen very specifically to be elemental, to go back to pagan, to go back to the very early start of where Christmas and Yule started. And I wanted to bring that through because it gives a very different perspective and meaning and focus on the Christmas of Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Just trying to get some volume in PC? You're absolutely fine. Thank you so much for following. I really appreciate that. So, Lothra, what deck would you like? Spirit Song, the Druid, the one with the elephant catches your eye, Spirit Song. That's the one. This is called Spirit Song Tarot, and these are spirit animals who give us a message through the tarot. Did you want a general reading or a question? Question? What is your question, Lothra? You can type your question in for me. Is my good fortune going to stay? Instead of asking a yes or no, let's ask a slightly more open-ended question and say, what can you do to create more fortune? What can you do to keep your good fortune? Okay? And you actually pick the wealth crystal as well. Just you don't want a yes or no question, or else just me pulling one card. You go, yep, no. Hello, Crowley. First card we have is the Star. The Star is a wonderful card to get because that is the guiding light. That's saying that you are on the right track with what you're doing. You're lurking or pretending you left. Okay. I'm just letting you know I've seen you there. We see the swan. The swan here is a symbol of purity, a symbol of love, a symbol of dedication, of longevity. Because swans mate for life. So when they're around, we know something's going to last for a long time. There is longevity to it. The star here, it's peace and healing. It's letting us know that the swan is a calming element. It is, you need to get a better lurking mode on. It is letting us know that when we have the star on our side, we can have peace and there can be inner healing because things are going well. There's longevity. And we know that this card is saying everything is positive. So for the moment, that's a very resounding yes. It's a very positive answer. The second card is the Shadow. This is the Lynx. The Shadow is being self-empowerment and ambition. When things are going really well, we can turn into our shadow side. This would be seen as the devil in a normal tarot deck, and saying we're trying to get a little bit over ambitious, and our self-empowerment can sometimes tip over into arrogance. So what we need to remember is empowering, self-empowerment is a good thing to do, but we also need to know when we've crossed over from being self-empowered and feeling we're self-important and arrogant, rather than what we're doing is something to make us stronger in what we're doing. It's overstepping the mark. It's kind of shooting that little bit too high and going into the negative, into the shadow, and being not the way we really want to be. Having ambition is great. Being over ambitious, where you're willing to do anything and walk over anybody regardless, is not the right way to go. And that comes back and bites us. So there's a very good chance that good fortune could stay, but if you become too overambitious, too aggressive in trying to keep on to it, that can take you into your shadow side and going, I'm not going to lose this for any reason, for anything. And then you lose it because you've turned into the shadow side. Does that make sense? Sure. Yeah. Because when we don't allow that to happen and you keep it under control and the self-empowerment is strong, you get really cocky when you're trading, yeah. And I know you have to be as a trader, especially in currency. And last time I went under. Yeah, it's kind of that, I kind of get a little bit too big for my boots. And I push it when I shouldn't, because I know just like, I'm invincible. I can do this. No one's going to get the better of me. Except myself. And when you kind of pull back and you don't get that cockiness and arrogance, and I know exactly what you mean. I have a very intelligent son in sales. And he's confident and he's sure and he's good at his job. He's a natural salesman. And he always makes and goes beyond his targets and gets headhunted from company to company. And I love my son, but he's an arrogant SOB at times. And I'm his mother. And even I say to him, for God's sake, son, pull your head in, because you are arrogant. And it's not just self-confidence. It's not self-confidence. You are arrogant and believe you are better than everybody else. He is an intelligent man. Like myself and my daughter, he's a Mensa. And sometimes I have to pull him into line and say, you get your intelligence from me, and you still don't have the same level I do. So just remember, you're not the best at everything. Because sometimes you need to bring him down a peg and put you back on earth. You need a reality check. Because the arrogance, you believe you're invincible. He's a 6th Dan black belt. Pretty much is invincible. But sometimes, even the greatest of us need a reality check and a pull back to earth and go, quit. So I know exactly the type of personality. I have one. I have a son just like that. 30-something and owns the world. So, this is the world. This is literally the world. And you can own the world. And you can be master of your world. This is the blue whale. It is the biggest mammal on earth. It is ginormous. And the world is its playground. It travels every ocean. It goes everywhere. Nothing messes with it because of its size. Fulfillment and celebration. But it doesn't eat anything else but plankton. It knows its place, it knows exactly what it does, and it knows when to do it. It is fulfilled in its role and what it does, and knows it's good at what it does and where it goes, and it has the world literally to swim in. It celebrates life. You will see them, and they are gorgeous creatures, and they will breach as huge as they are and put their tails up in a celebration saying, I'm happy. I have the oceans of the world to swim in. I have all the food I need. I have everything I want. I'm happy where I am. I've grown big, but I'm in proportion to the size of the ocean. I haven't outgrown my space. We have the Four of Crystals. The Four of Crystals relates to Pentacles, which is coins, which is resources. The Four of Crystals, we have the beaver. Control and security. The Four of Coins or the Four of Pentacles is someone holding their money in a box, saying, this is what I've got, you're not getting it, I'm holding on to it, I will build on it. The next card is the 5th, where they lose it. And then the 6th is where they gain it back again. It is very much like you as a trader. It's up and down, up and down. But what the Four of Crystals is saying is there is always a base amount that we never let go of. We don't let the capital go. We keep the foundation there. So when you want to keep the fortune you've got, make sure you don't risk it all. Have control, self-control. Remember security. Remember that if you want financial stability and security, you don't touch the base amount. You keep your capital. I'm talking to a trader. You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? When you lose it all, how do you lose it all? It's because you risked it all. You didn't keep the capital secure. Last time I just lost all my profit, but not the investment. And that's the main thing, because you've still got the investment to reinvest. And although you lose it, and it's horrible to lose the profit, you kept the Four of Pentacles card. And this is just reminding you, if you'd have risked it all, you'd have lost the investment as well. But you didn't. You've still got the investment. You've still got that security and that control. Losing the profit sucks. It's not nice. You're building on it again, exactly. And with the World card, the Shadow's reminding you not to get too cocky. Big for your boots. The Star, you're on the right track. It's going good because you're doing the right things. You've learnt from your mistakes. You've learnt that when you get cocky, you make the wrong decision. That's when you lose your profit. I know currency trading. That's what I want to know if it's going to continue. That's telling me it's going to continue. The World and the Star, it's going to continue. Very much is. The Ten of Shells underneath is emotions. It's blessings and well-being. This stalk, new birth, new growth. This is telling me, yes, the 10, it's going to continue. If you keep going the way you're going, keep the emotions stable, keep everything as it should be. And you know exactly what you've got to do to keep that level. It will keep going. Unless you turn to the shadow side and think, I've got this, everything's going fine, I'm just going to push this last bit. And that's what happened last time. That make sense? When you build on it, are you then building your investment or you just unfortunately, yes. You know I ran a limited company of 6 figures, don't you? That I had a lot of money, a lot of money. Hello, Sarah. Lovely to hear you. I'm glad you've got your sound sorted. So I know how easy it is to kind of think, oh, I've just got so much here, so much, that you then go, I can push this, I can push this. To catch, you just have to have enough pentacles, so that means you've either got to, and use Stocks Easy. If you find that you've got enough pentacles, which is iCoins, you need 10 to join the queue. And I'll see if you join the queue, because if it lets you join the queue, you've got enough pentacles. At the moment, you don't. So, Sarah, you have? She'll be back in heat. What you can do is you can wait a few minutes till I've done another reading, and you'll have accrued some. You can follow, which will give you some, and that will get you into the queue. But Sarah is, yeah, Stock C. So just give it a few minutes to allow the bot to check all that, and then it will do it. It's not totally instantaneous. How do you check the points? It's exclamation coins without a space. Yeah, it just has to take a little while because it's got to bring you up the amount. So it just needs a little bit of time to know that when you followed, it takes that. It should take that up. So yeah, you've got loads. A pentacle is in channel currency, and you only need 10 for a reading. Yeah, so you can do that. Lothra, did you want to pick an oracle card so we can finish your reading with an oracle card? You have the animal, the crystal, or the druid. Animal. I'll answer your question in a second, Stocks. And Takachi, this works as I do readings, and as you watch when I do Sarah's. I'm a tarot reader, I'm an intuitive reader, I'm not a psychic. I was like, I want to ask, but then I know the answer already and don't believe it in my head. cards actually work? The cards work because I read the symbols on the cards, and yeah, wow, Crow, is that because I banned him? Because I won't take somebody trolling me in my own channel. So, is it scientific? That depends on what you mean by scientific. I have 5 science degrees. Is that scientific enough for you? How do I align the symbols with folks on the internet? It depends what the folks on the internet are doing. I align them in the symbols that I know and what I do. Lothra, you have the shark, and the shark is purpose. This is actually a really, really good card for you. And no, I'm not saying you're a trader shark. What this is saying is the shark is totally focused on its purpose. It knows exactly what it's doing. Tell me when, Analog, please. Analog here, I'm modding my own channel. You are next. So as soon as I've done this, Sarah, you'll be up next and picking a card. So, Lothra, this is telling you very much that when you're fixed on your purpose, is that bad? No, this is actually really good for you are really focused. And this card is saying you're very focused, you know your purpose, you know exactly what you're doing, and when you stick to that, things go well. Because we all know the shark is the top predator in the ocean, but it is that because it's focused, knows exactly what it's doing. It's better to not ask when I already asked, right? It wouldn't change or anything. Depends on what you're talking about. Determination, yeah, it's having determination, it's having focus, it's having, in some ways, almost tunnel vision, but it's focusing on the right thing. A shark knows exactly what it's going to focus on. It knows when it wants dinner. You can ask a question. I won't be reading your question straight away because I'm about to do a tarot reading for someone else. But I think I'll just leave it flow by itself for a while. I can't let in so much. Crow, you're absolutely fine. All right. Have you charged money for these readings? These readings, you're very welcome, Lothra. Dikyach, these readings that I do on here are free. The in-channel currency is your time spent in the channel watching and or a follow to create in-channel currency. That's not costing you money. People do donate and they do subscribe, which gives me money, but that's just not for the reading. That's subscribing to the channel of what I do. But if you look below on the web, on the actual links, I am a professional tarot reader, and yes, I do charge. But on Twitch here on this channel, for people to know what I do, to get private readings, because these are done live, so they're on video and get posted. So I don't charge money for these, although I say people do donate and they do subscribe. But yes, I do charge money for reading, but not these in the channel. Does that answer your question? You're very welcome, Lothra. How much would it cost? Well, if you go and look on my website, it'll tell you how much I charge for the different readings. But this one here on the channel doesn't cost you anything. You just have to be in the channel long enough to earn in-channel currency, which is time, about 10-20 minutes, so by the time I've done a reading. And if I'm not finishing for the night, then you get a reading. If I'm finishing, you have to come back another time. Does that answer your question? And I will do it. Has that answered your question as well? No, I'm saying in this channel here, I don't charge. If you want my services as a professional reader privately, then yes. I've been doing this for 45 years. I'm very good at what I do. If you think I'm a fraud, then I suggest you leave the channel. Because then you obviously wouldn't want a reading from me. I'm not a fraud. I'm a professional reader. So if you think I'm a fraud, then you obviously don't want to be here. So that's fine. You're one to what? Boomer. Sarah, have you decided on a deck? You're a professional reader? Then I wouldn't have expected that little bit of conversation if you're a professional reader. That, well, obviously not. Sarah, would you like to pick a card, please? Spirit Song Tarot, Druidcraft, Wizard Tarot, Animal Totem. Which would you like? Just trolling. Is there a card for job security? You have to find out in the context of a reading, Big Blue. Would you like to pick a druid? Would you like a general reading or a question? I knew what you meant. General yes or question yes? Want to decide if you want a general reading or type in a question? I'm just going to grab my other bottle of water. Do your clients ever return reporting events that actually happened as a result of the card reading? In 45 years, I haven't had anybody report that my readings haven't actually worked out. So yeah, I have an exceptionally high accuracy rate in my readings over 3 continents in the world. I'm trying to get a trip into Keswick before Xmas, but there are a few train strikes. Will my trip be affected? Let's see if we can find out for you. And you picked one of my new crystals, Sarah, and it is for this day, it is faith. The first card, Sarah, the Three of Cups, celebration. I'd say the odds are looking very good. Are you getting to Keswick before Christmas to meet up and have a few drinks with the man and his wife? The Ten of Wands, a little bit of a burden, might be an uphill battle with the trains. It might well be stop and start, and it might feel that it's a very long, arduous trip. So it could be that some of the trains stop and you have to get off, and there might be other trains. So it might not be an easy journey. I think you're going to make it, but it might not be an easy journey. Starting afresh, the Fool. Is there a chance of getting there by other means? To see if that can help. Lovely. Yeah, you ask, they say, don't ask a question you don't want the answer to. Does it have to be the direct train? Is there an other way around it? And because of the rail strikes and everything going, can you go by bus? Can you fly? Is there another way round to start this trip? A fresh approach, a new pathway to take, not the normal train trip that you would always take. Is there another route that you can take to get to Keswick from where you are? Quite possible. I suggest you look into it, because that versus that, I know what I'd be picking. That might be the trains. That might be a different route that you can take. I wanted the Kipper for clarification. Definitely some concerned thoughts. Very concerning, and an older gentleman with white hair might also be a little bit concerned of you getting up there. So I'd say Marcus is also thinking, and your partner drives. His concern might be if you go on the train, it's going to be quite a long, hazardous journey. The false person, if someone gives you information about the trip, double check it. It might not mean that they're trying to give you false information on purpose. It might be that things change, so what they tell you in the first place then changes, and it comes across as it's false information. It's not been done deliberately. It might be that things are changing so much, they can't keep up with the changes. The naivety of a child. You may be looking at the information or the way to get there with the naivety and innocence of, I always do it this way, this is the way it always goes, and everything works out right. Just be aware that this time, the childlike innocence and expecting everything to work out, I don't think it is. The occupation here, it's very much going to be a little bit of a hard slog if you go the way you're thinking of by going on the trains. It's going to feel repetitive, on and off the trains, on and off the trains, on and off the trains. The wealthy man is someone who can help you get around the situation, but it will cost a little bit more. this is what you feared. It is, yeah, it's going to cost a little bit more money to get there. There could very well be a gift that will offset some of the cost coming down from high. Someone might help you with the cost of the travel. But you should still be meeting people. National Express buses. But it is going to be difficult. It's not going to be the easiest trip to take. It definitely isn't. You've got the broom. It's going to be difficult. There's going to be some kind of words going, is it worth it? What's it going to be all about? Another woman in the mix, someone else kind of saying what's going on, putting their 2 cents worth in. But in the long run, there should be a really good outcome. Couples together, really enjoy each other, long friendship, that's also possible. I'm sorry, there are some pretty harsh cards in there. But yeah, this time of year, winter time, bus services, train services, sometimes things are not nice. I just want to those cards, I know. Train, bus, drive. Sometimes it is, yes, well done. Train, great fortune. I think it might actually cost a great fortune, not you're going to get a great fortune. Bus, you might feel sore, the bad health, temporary. It might cause you to feel stiff and not as comfortable as you normally are on the train. The car, it's going to seem like a very long trip and you're going to feel like I'm stuck in this car forever. The money is a big concern going by the train. The bus, the mature man, it's almost like that might be the possibility. The car, the gift, it might feel like a long trip, but it might actually be the only way to do it that feels practical and that you can make it to maybe give the gifts you want to give at Christmas. It might be going after Christmas, because if you go after Christmas there might be unexpected income and it might make it easier. Train, Fox is saying it's not going to happen. It's going to be cunning, there's going to be lots of deceit and underhandedness going on. I don't think the train trip is going to be a goer. The bus, I think you're going to wish you'd stayed at home. car drive. You appreciate the support and the love. And the key, I'll take you. Your partner really wants you to meet your friends, but he's actually really concerned about your health on the travelling. But he has faith you're going to make the right decision. But you are going to need to look very closely at the routes, the costs, and everything else involved in this trip. And the mask, you can't guarantee that what you're told at the time will actually be what will happen with the public transport. So the bus and the trains, very good chance of those things really not working out. The car might be the one that will get you there, but I think you're going to feel that actually, as much as your partner wants to help you out, your health will suffer because it's a very long trip. Really not worth the risk before Christmas trying to push it. He'd like to meet them. Yeah, I'd like to meet them. I envy you being able to make that trip and be over there. I wish when I was in England I'd been in the position I am now to know them, and when I had the money to travel, because if I'd have been in the position I was in England and we'd all met, you wouldn't have any problems travelling at all, because I would have been able to have met your expenses, and if we were going by car, you'd have been going by Jag. You would have been going in a luxury car with a driver. But that doesn't help now because I'm not in England in that position to do that. And I won't get to meet him. And probably one of the biggest regrets of my life is that I doubt I will ever get to meet him in person. So I'm going to ask you to pick an oracle card. Would you like the Divine Animal Oracle? I'll come to Australia when I make the coin. I'd like to meet you when you do. Thanks, Theo. Will be uncomfortable and can't struggle. You are so good. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know I try my hardest to give the best answers I can with the cards, and I read them as it is. No embellishment, just how it is. It would be lovely, wouldn't it? So there's the Animal Oracle, the Crystal, or the Druid. Crystal is come back. If I was in the position I was, yeah, I would do. You know, I wouldn't mind. But I'm not making £1,000 an hour anymore. You know. I was making silly money in England, Sarah. You know, I could do 25, 30 grand a week, which is insane, but I did. I think my all-time high, I had one week where I was doing so much work that I actually got my husband to come and clear the till out every hour, and it took him 3 hours to count the money, and I deposited 120 grand in the bank. Drew it? To the point that my bank manager asked me, and he said, where did the influx of cash come from? And I went, me working my socks off all week. And he went, a week? And I went, worked my fingers to the bone, literally, yeah, a week. And that's when they decided I needed to become a limited company because my tax personally on that as a private, as a sole proprietor was ridiculous. Druid crystals, that's the Druid. Have you seen the new crystal deck? That's the crystal deck. It is the Precious Gems Oracle. So that's the crystal deck. It would be great to meet. I'd love to meet you all. I really would. As it's you, I'll give you one of both. Because you're a tarot sister, I'll give you one of each. The particular crystal oracles, every crystal has a face, and they've done that so that you connect with the personality of the crystal, which I think is a beautiful way of doing it. This is a red coral crystal, and the word about it is fruitfulness. It is really cool. They're absolutely gorgeous. This is the polished crystal. It is that red. And the fruitfulness, this one is saying when you have the coral coming from the underground, from the ocean depths of the floor, it is rough. And it has a beauty in its own roughness and how it feels and how it works. I actually have a string of red coral in its natural state. League of Hydro, you're very welcome. Time for bed. Lovely to have you here. And hopefully another time you come to the channel, you would, there are cars and stones, gems, have ever been dice involved in reading. I use dice all the time. I use these dice tonight. Good night, Wade. You take care. Thank you for coming in. Night night, Link. So this is saying that in its natural state, coral is fruitful because it gives protection, it gives food to the fish in the coral. When it's polished in this ruby red, it is the red of fruitfulness, as in the deep dark fruit that we get. So when you think of a pomegranate or a red ripe apple, everything here is the fruitfulness. It is passion. It is the opening up. It is the fire. Everything about this is saying every single one of these spots of red is highlighting everything in your abundance of what's going on in your life. And the red coral, whether it is in the raw form or in the polished form, you can see this red border. It's it's the epitome of abundance and fruitfulness. It is when something is it's ripe, we know it's ready. It is giving everything, and that's the red coral. I love these crystal cards. You have the swan. The swan in the Druid deck, you see the two of them. Swans mate for life. They are soulmates. They are the only birds that all of them in the world belong to the Queen in the British Isles and in the Commonwealth. They all belong to her because they're sacred, they're protected, they're special. The swan is telling you that no matter where the skies are and the blue of the water, you will find the swan with its partner. I love this card. You can see the hillock where it almost is like a burrow underneath, and it doesn't matter, and you have the fruit here, the nut, everything about this, the grass, everything here, the gold. It is, the swan brings beauty, it brings elegance, it brings grace. I love this deck. I absolutely love this deck. The swan tells us that when we dig deep, we know there's sunshine. And even when the clouds are there, we actually have the golden hue of the sun on us. The purity, the simplicity, the innocence of the swan. They are loyal, they are always, always with their mate. They're never far. They are wonderful with family, but with their partner, when they lose them, they don't mate again. They love for life. They know that that partner is their total soulmate. And that is why often in lovers' decks, as in the Le Monde, you will see two swans in the heart. Because this is the ultimate animal signifying love till death us do part. There doesn't have to be a marriage ceremony. The swans know when they meet, they know when they're paired, they know they're paired for life. And they know that person is there for them. Whatever the clouds may be doing, wherever they may be, they know they're under the protection, not only of the Queen, of the realm, but actually the world is looking after them. The sun is shining on them. The clouds are opening up. There will always be sunnier days ahead. And I think your trip will happen, but I think it will happen after Christmas, when you and your partner are happier with the travelling arrangements and you both feel comfortable that it's the right thing to do. Because swans make their decisions together in everything they do. They make sure that they're in agreement. You'll hear them squabbling and having. That's them working it out until there is an agreement and they're both happy with the decision. So that they don't argue and fight, they squabble, and they will do that. But they work it out until there is a sensible solution. That's, I was actually very fortunate that I got to study a lot of animal behaviour as part of my science degree. And I actually studied animal behaviour. The hills of Keswick. So that's letting you know that the two of you will probably travel to Keswick in the new year under the sunshine to go and meet at that far, far away place that we know, or that you know, that I wish to know. And they do, and they actually did video. We videoed some swans and the noises, and found out that you could tell when there was a disagreement in what they were doing. And it's the Lake District, absolutely. This card is telling you your partner and you will make it to the Lake District. I've been to the Lake District and I visited, but at that stage I didn't know the man himself. I wish I did. Along with your best friend. Yep. So, absolutely. Absolutely. I think this is definitely your omen for the new year for your trip. And when you go, say I said hi. Now I think I just want to make sure I've actually closed the queue. And I wanted to tell you, Sarah, I was going to post something in Tarot Card Club, but I saw the specialist yesterday, and you know, I had that really, really long month off because I had those 2 medical procedures, and the first one was my heart test. Well, I got the results, and the results are amazing. I've been cleared to have anaesthetic. My heart is strong enough to actually undergo anaesthetic in the new year. And so when they decide they have to do the surgeries, I'm allowed to go through with them. There's still risk factors with my blood pressure and some other things, but it's a new medication. But because I've worked so hard on my fitness level, he's now allowed me. It's a beautiful card. It's a beautiful card. What are the surgeries, Lothra? I have chronic heart failure, and so I wasn't allowed to go under anaesthetic. But the surgeries I have to have is I actually have a brain tumour covering the right side of my face, and they have to remove the tumour, but they can't do it all at once because it's so big, and it's creating cataracts in my eyes, which will affect my eyesight and my hearing and my sense of smell. I'm glad I helped a lot. I really am glad. And I took a month off from streaming. I started in September, but I had to take a month off so that I could undergo some tests that were very, very difficult and painful. And I'm back, and I'm in much better health because of it. And now, because of those tests and the results, when they go to do surgery to remove my tumour over a period of time, I'll be allowed to do that. And I've also been given the go-ahead to now start doing things in 15-minute blocks, because 3 years ago I couldn't do anything for more than 30 seconds to a minute at a time. I can sit here and do the cards, but physically to move around a lot. I do 2-minute sections of doing things, and I'm allowed to now, over the next year, build up to 15. And I'm in the process of very slowly losing weight because I haven't been able to move a great deal, and I've now, under medical supervision, I'm allowed to lose my next 10 kilos to prepare for surgery. So it's really, really positive for me because all I have to do that is under medical supervision. It's one of the reasons I read tarot online, is because I'm not able to drive because of my brain tumour. I don't have cancer. It's a benign brain tumour, which the specialist said he saw the report, and because I'm not seeing him until the 9th of December, he's told me it's definitely still benign because I've been symptomatic. Thank you very much. I've worked very hard. 3 years ago I was in a full-time job earning good money, and I got a virus at work and got heart failure. but because it was a virus that wasn't the one that was going around work, it was a cross-infection virus, I didn't get a massive payout. So I've had to build up from scratch again. So I love what I do, and I do tarot, and I willingly do free readings because I'm doing what I love to do. I can't go out to festivals and events and fairs to do it, so I do it here online, which was a big leap for me on my 60th birthday to decide I was going to become a Twitch streamer at 60. So yeah, please do, because I think of them both, and he's helped me such a great deal in so many ways. So when you see him, can you tell him personally? I respect him such a great deal, and I'm really sorry that I will probably never get to meet him in person to shake his hand and thank him for how much he has done for me in my love of tarot and my learning and experience and expertise in tarot. And I will do it, thank you very much. I don't know when I'll be having surgeries, and that's something that when I do, and everybody asks why I talk about it on the stream, because it's not something I can hide. There will be, as I had to take that month off, there will be times when my health, and they have to do tests, and I have to take time away. I had the tumor biopsy, and because I couldn't go under anaesthetic, I had it done by injection, and they drilled through my bone in my jaw, and I couldn't speak for a month. I literally couldn't talk. I couldn't open my mouth, it was so swollen, and I couldn't come on camera because I was bruised from here down to here, all over both sides of my face. I was black and blue, like I had gone 10 rounds with Muhammad Ali. I looked like I had been beaten to a pulp. And so, and not all the amount of makeup would have covered it, neither did. I still couldn't open my mouth to talk. So I'd have been no good whatsoever. And my eyes, I was so bruised, I could barely see out of my eyes. I just laid in bed with ice packs over my face. So, thank you, Sarah. But now, as far as I'm concerned, 2020 is my year to get fitter and healthier. And as I said, now I've been given that. You done it. Oh, you were just spot on. You put all the points you're worrying me. I'm glad I did. You don't have to worry about me, because that's the great thing. There's nothing to worry about, because they can now do the anaesthetic. It means when the time is right, and they will pick the time when the tumour hasn't gone into the nerve too much through the face. And when that happens, I have incredible teams. I have the neurosurgery team, I have the ENT team, and I have the maxillofacial team. So I will be getting healthier. Thank you very much for the follow. I will do it. I really appreciate it. I will be working on. Everybody laughs because I call myself the 10-minute Wonder Woman, because I do things in 10-minute slots, and I've built up over 3 years from, as I said, a minute. It took me 5 seconds to stand up out of a chair, and if you time 5 seconds, that's a long time for it to take to literally hold a chair and be able to stand on 2 feet. And it took me 5 seconds to get up. Not move anything else, just stand up in the chair. And now I get up and I can walk around for 10 minutes and I can do physical things. I can do things around the house. And I keep telling my daughter, who's my carer, I have to do it, because this is my rehabilitation. I refuse to be an invalid. I refuse to be someone who just sits and gives up. I am a fighter. I do not believe in giving in or giving up. I believe in getting up and getting more done and doing more. And that's why I took on doing Twitch and streaming, because at 60 I went, I am not going to sit at home and become a recluse. So I streamed 3 continents a week. Thank you if I'm an inspiration to you. I don't believe in life can deal you so many different things. It's how you react to them. I react with going, you said I can't do what? I don't believe in the word can't. Can with a T means I can travel, I can teach, I can talk, I can do whatever it is I need to do. I don't believe in the word can't. Negative speak is stinking thinking. You paralyze your mind by negativity and negative thoughts and negative self-talk. I'm not a survivor. I'm not a thriver. I'm someone who empowers myself and I grow. Because there is so much more to life. I may not get out the front door and get into a car and drive myself somewhere, but I still go places and I do things and I talk. You are giving out blessings and receive them too. I already have. I have a wonderful community of people on this channel whom I love. I do in Tarot Professionals. People watching my YouTube and subscribing there. People subscribing to the channel here, so that when people follow, it helps build my channel. When people subscribe, it helps me get an income. And that income helps me buy equipment. It helps me buy cards and crystals. It helps me do the extra things that I can do here that makes me feel I'm living my life with purpose and passion. Because when I had my heart failure and they said to me, you have chronic heart failure, and said, you won't work again, and you're probably going to be able to do very, very little for yourself. And I went, I understand. I'm going to be limited for a while. That doesn't mean I'm limited forever. And when the rehab team came and he went, pretty happy if you can get out of the chair into a wheelchair and get help with personal living. And I went, I'll be happy when I can do that myself. And he went, that might never happen. I went, you don't know me. I don't give up. I do. I am strong. I'm not as physically strong as I used to be. Hello, Roxy. Roxy Arcat's coming to say hello. I know, because you want the... Yeah, come back. Hello. She's fine. She's only a year old. This is her first Christmas tree she's seen. And it's like, ooh, what's that? Because I refuse to believe the negative connotation people can put on a medical condition. It's like, you have that medical condition? If you don't mind, can I ask you for a reading? Absolutely, we'll do it. Absolutely. Let me put the cat down. Oh, beautiful Roxy. He wants to go, yay! I know you want the tree, but you can't have it. Which deck would you like? You can have the Spirit Song, the Druid Craft, the Wizard, and the Animal Totem. Which one of those would you like? Wizard? Absolutely. And can you tell me if you want a general reading or a specific question? That's Roxy, who is a bonded pair with her brother Ollie, who are our foster cats. You have a question? If you write the question down. Sometimes I have to rephrase them just to make sure we get a question that the cards can answer properly. strong all the time, Sarah. Sometimes I have my meltdown moments, as I call them. And that's normally when I've been in pain for a lot of time. Like when I broke my ankle and had a lot of pain and my heart was remodelling and it was just an awful lot all at once. And then I kind of go to later and I say, I'm having a meltdown. And I kind of cry and have a meltdown. And she goes, what do you want? I went, I want chocolate. I'm still a girl, I want chocolate. And then I'm normally fine. And I go, I've got it out of my system and go, I was just being a bit silly, but a wuss, you know, the pain's kicked in. Because it's like anybody, when you have constant pain all the time, it wears you down. And then sometimes even your positive thinking lets you down and you go, I just want the pain to stop. I've had enough now, make it stop. And normally that's when I go, now it's time to kick yourself in the butt, Vera. What can you do? Why aren't you meditating? Why aren't you doing Reiki? Why aren't you distracting yourself? And why are you being such a wuss? Because you've got so much going for you. You've got four arms, you've got 4 limbs that are working, you've got a brain that works, you can talk, you can see, you can hear. Start being grateful for the things you've got. I will do it. Me and my boyfriend, we've been talking for almost 8 months now. Our relationship has been a bit sketchy lately. It seems like he's been lying to me, ignoring me. What would be his honest feelings about me? Okay. Can't read for him because he's not here in chat. I can read for you and say, what are your honest feelings about this relationship? So you say, me and my boyfriend, we have been talking for almost 8 months. Are you in a long distance relationship? And it is all talking long distance. Because when you say our relationship has been a bit sketchy, is that saying because you're not talking a great deal because it's long distance? It seems like he's been lying to me and ignoring me. So just reading your question in sections. Me and my boyfriend, we have been talking for almost 8 months. So when you're saying talking, that I'm asking, is it a long distance relationship and it's all relying on long distance communication? Yes, that would be great. And could you see how it will affect me if I stop talking to him? I'm going to ask the cards on how you feel about the relationship. And they will tell us your true feelings. And from that, we'll see what happens then. But it is a long distance relationship? It is long distance. So is our relationship has been a bit sketchy lately? It seems like he's been lying to me and ignoring me. Do I get the feeling that sometimes when you text he's not there? Could it be he actually has life to deal with? Some people find long distance relationships very difficult. So this is a long distance relationship. How can the cards bring to light exactly what your true feelings are? And you probably know them, but let's see the validation they give on this long distance relationship. Because as a professional, I'm very ethical. I will not read for someone who is not in chat, who hasn't given me permission to read, because that is invasion of their privacy and extremely unethical and non-professional, and I won't do that. But because it's your first time in here and asking, some people don't understand that certain tarot readers have very strong ethics. Mine are incredibly strong. So I'm very what I will and will do. Okay. The Knight of Cups. There is movement in the emotions. And the emotions started off here at the very beginning, feeling like the Holy Grail, like you'd found the perfect person, that you were ready to dive deep into the water. He told me he won't be able to talk to me on a daily basis as he'll be in the mental facility, but honestly do not trust him. If he's had to go into a facility for his health, it might be anxiety or depression or something else, then they often actually do have rules that they cannot talk to anybody while they're going through the induction process. Sometimes that's a week, sometimes 2, and sometimes for their entire visit. They're not allowed to talk on the phone. They even don't get to talk to personal family members until the people in the facility tell them they're able to do so. How do I know this? I've worked in the healthcare profession a lot of years. I read tarot for 45 years, but I actually am a healthcare manager in the health field and have dealt with people in facilities like this, and it is very unusual for them to be allowed to have phones and connect with people outside, because they're in there to focus on themselves and their own mental illness. So if that's what he told you, that isn't a lie, that is actually how they work. If that helps you at all. So this particular card, doesn't mean to say they're not allowed to play computer games. They're allowed to do different things and be online to actually play a game, but they're very much tailored to what they're doing. So let's see here. The cards are very much saying that there was something there in the beginning, but there is movement and change, and it may be that the young man has moved on from his feelings for you. And let's see what's going on. The moon is distrustful. Really? You're very welcome. At the age 60 and 45 years of experience in the different fields, I pass things on when I know them. Okay? The moon is here is being distrustful. You are fearful and you are feeling that there is something hidden. And that may very well be true, that there is something he is hiding. There may be something you are hiding from yourself. You may be hiding the truth from yourself, trying to hold on to what you think the relationship could have been and started out to be, and may not be ready to face what is actually happening. We have the Knight of Swords. You have 2 knights of movement here. You have the Knight of Swords and the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Swords is talking about communication, ideas, clarity, focus and logic. When it's the Knight of Swords, sometimes they don't have full mastery of that. This may be that your thoughts are a bit scattered, that you can't tie down exactly what it is you're thinking, nor can you tie down exactly what it is you're feeling. Let me put them that way, sorry. So because of that, you feel all over the place. You feel not exactly sure of what he's saying to you, but also I think probably part of the time you're not also exactly sure what you're saying to him and what you're feeling, and if what you're saying is your true feelings, because I don't think you've actually worked out your true feelings at the moment. Because it's been long distance, I think there's been a lot of cross communication between the two of you, but especially you're wanting it to be one way, but you're talking differently. Your words and your feelings aren't incongruous, they're not sympathetic with each other. The Hierophant is about faith and belief. You want to believe everything is still as it was in the beginning. Every relationship changes over time, whether it's a long distance relationship, you see somebody every night of the week, whether you're engaged, whether you're married, whether you're living together. People grow, people change, people evolve. Relationships change, grow and evolve. Sometimes they grow stronger together, sometimes they grow apart. You have faith and believe that going forward, because this Hierophant is half horse, half man, he's able to gallop forward and have movement. It is hard to admit the changes, yes. The cards have caught up on that. The Queen of Pentacles. You were hoping in the beginning, this diving into this relationship, the waters would be deep, the relationship would be long, your cup would be overflowing, maybe even a wedding goblet. You still have faith and believe that when all is said and done, you will actually be the Queen of Pentacles. You will have a life where the two of you are together, you will have the resources, you will have the stability, you will have the home life, you will have all the things that you want. Because you will be in charge of your life. You want there to be a guiding star to tell you that you're exactly with the right person and this is the right place and the right path for you to be on. But actually, you need a new path, a new journey, because the initiate is someone who's starting afresh. You were hoping that this would grow into the love that would take you into the rest of your life to be the Queen. Seven of Wands, you guys have had some fights. You've had some battles over the phone, over the emails, over the text, Skype, however you've done it. These are all the battles you've had. These are all the fights. Some of them might have been started by other people saying things, some of them might have been things you've said to each other. A lot. Yeah, I thought so. This is him up here on the top saying, had enough now. Had enough of fighting. The Wand is passion, drive and ambition, force and action. If he's being sketchy in your words, that's him taking his own form of action. He may not be mentally strong enough if he's in a mental facility and has problems with depression or anxiety or health issues, mental health issues of any sort. He may not be strong enough to come straight out and say to you, that's it, it's over. So he has to do it in any way he can to protect himself. He is at a standstill. He is the Knight of Pentacles. He is resting, he is at a standstill. He's at the point where he's going nowhere fast. Now tell me you didn't actually know all of that deep in your heart. Because I think you did. I think you needed validation that your thoughts, as hard as they were, more than anything, do you know what? All I asked him for was nothing but the truth, but I honestly don't know what he's truly willing to do or what he wants. I think he may not know himself. If he has had to, whether he has or hasn't been into a mental facility, if he feels he has to use that, then can I ask you one question? Are you worthy of having someone in your life who is honest, considerate, and caring of you as a person, whether it be a friend or a relationship? Are you worthy to be treated like that? You hope so. Let me rephrase it. Do you feel you deserve to be treated honestly and spoken to with honesty and truth? Do you think you are? Do you deserve someone to speak to you with honesty? Yes, I do, because I treat everyone in an honest way as possible. Okay. Do you deserve to have someone give you the same respect as you give them? Yes. Do you believe that your boyfriend has given you the honesty that you deserve? Yes and no. I believe he's been very honest with me at some point, but I'm sure he wasn't honest with me most of the point. Okay. Are you willing to have someone be partially honest with you in a relationship? No, because that isn't something I can handle. Then the boundaries you want to have and the boundaries you are living with are not the same. You want someone to treat you honestly all the time, and you want someone to respect you all the time. And that is how it should be between two people, whether they be friends, boyfriend and girlfriend, engaged, married, or family. When we set firm, strong boundaries of how we will be treated, and that we won't accept anything other than that treatment, and we tell people in a very polite but firm, strong way, I can only accept this type of behaviour because this is the level of behaviour and boundaries I am worthy of as a person, regardless of who they are, the relationship and how long it's been. As a young person, the boundaries you set now and keep will stay with you for the rest of your life. If you know how you want to be treated, but then let people treat you differently, be it in a relationship, as a friendship or a work colleague, whatever, then we give mixed messages. And people believe that they can be honest and respectful at some point, but they don't have to be all the time because we allow that boundary to be crossed. Do you think your boyfriend in the 8 months may have got mixed messages from you about what you will and won't accept in his behaviour and actions and words towards you? Yes, and he knows how much I'm suffering for it. Then the only person who has the answer to alleviate your suffering is you. When you allow someone to cross boundaries you don't want to be crossed, you have given the mixed message because you have not kept a firm boundary. And it can be very difficult, but it is a hard lesson to learn that our boundaries for our self-worth, our self-esteem, our self-confidence are critical to our physical, emotional, and mental well-being. And it may be that there has been something from both of you, both crossing boundaries and giving mixed messages, and that may be why he is also suffering. And at times, sometimes, both parties in a relationship need to be able to talk out about their boundaries and reset the boundaries and draw a line underneath what has gone on before. If they can do that, then you have a way of the two of you working out your long distance relationship. What happens from that is entirely up to the two of you. Or the one person who can't reset the boundaries or doesn't want to reset the boundaries. I've drawn some of the cards here. I have courthouse, which is often a legal intervention of an illness or bad health. creating an imprisonment, and eventually later some unexpected income. I'm not reading for your boyfriend, but these cards tell me that maybe through a doctor or someone official, because of and for health reasons, he may have had to go into a mental institution, a mental facility. He may have had to go to a clinic. He may have had to go somewhere, maybe for a day, a couple of days, have some assessments, and then later he might be able to get back out and he may be able to earn some more income depending on the results of that. So although I wasn't reading for him, those cards came up, and that may let you know that partially what he was telling you may very well be true. That he may be suffering and may not know how or have the ability to sort things out with you. So maybe giving each other some time to be able to work out your thoughts and feelings might help you both decide what you want to do about your long distance relationship and where it's going to go. I'm not telling you how it's going to go because I don't know, because I can't talk for your boyfriend and he is not here to talk for himself. So I'm getting one side of the story. You babes may or may not have been totally honest through the 8 months with each other, through miscommunication or misunderstanding. You both may have allowed your boundaries to not be firm, and that may have created another level of misunderstanding in what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. All you can do now is, when you are able to talk and have time to talk, you put your cards on the table and talk honestly and truthfully about how you feel, what your concerns are, what you can and cannot take from anybody, and from him as well. And see how you both go when you put your cards on the table and talk calmly and rationally without fighting or arguing, to see what actually is going on and whether your 8-month relationship will go forward and proceed, or whether you part ways and you try to do it on a friendly, amicable term for both of you, so that neither of you are dealing with an unsettling, difficult breakup. I'm not saying you should break up. I'm saying you need to talk. Because in any relationship, whether it be friendship, parent and child, co-worker to co-worker, or a romantic relationship, learning to communicate what we feel and what we're thinking and what we want from the other person and what we don't want is a very hard lesson, but a valuable one and integral to your life growing up, because you are going to have lots of connections with people, be it work, school, play, romantically, friends, neighbours, all through your life. And learning to do that now and knowing what your boundaries are, what you will and won't accept, will be a very big part of who you become and how you get there and how you act and react to situations and people and triggers. Does that make a lot of sense to you? I will do it. This reading has been so helpful to me, thank you. I was too focused on my own pain that I was too blind about what he is actually going through. Rather he is lying to me or not, I should more focus on my happiness and how I want to be treated. Yes, it does, thank you very much. Thank you for saying that, because that's exactly what I wanted to come across, was your question you were asking was about his feelings and how his feelings would impact you. What you weren't doing was asking about your feelings and what you were going through and how you could overcome how you were feeling, your pain, and how that a lot of it is in your hands to decide what it is you will and will not have in honesty and respect and boundaries. And sometimes it's worthwhile writing out in full, I will not tolerate being lied to. I will not tolerate someone disrespecting me. I will not tolerate people crossing my boundaries. And then you have to say, but what are my boundaries? What will I accept? What will I not accept? And that's whether it be with a friend, a work colleague, a family member, a neighbour, someone you're in a relationship. Until you understand what you personally are happy to have happen to you and people to talk to you. People don't know if they're crossing boundaries, because if you don't know what your boundaries are, you can't enforce them. I don't know whether you saw it tonight, I've banned 3 people. 3 people. Because they were disrespectful to me in chat, and their manner and their way of talking was disrespectful to the profession and people in this chat who are also tarot readers. And I will not have that. My boundary is I'm honest, I'm open, I'm respectful. If you are not open, honest and respectful with me, do not expect it back from me, because I will not give it where it is not deserved. And I will not let you cross my boundaries. I realise what really matters is not how it feels about me, but how I feel about the situation. I was too busy trying to understand him and forgive him that I wasn't taking care of myself. Thank you so much. Saying no or setting limits and boundaries is an act of self-love. Absolutely, Pancreas, thank you that you're still in the channel. Every reading resonates with different people on a different level. This particular type of reading is very powerful because it not only lets you realise that saying no, setting limits and boundaries, self-care, self-love, self-respect, self-esteem, self-worth. And I'm not talking about just for women, I'm talking about for men too, and whatever gender or sexuality, for being a person. Every person on the planet is entitled to have their own boundaries and set their own boundaries and say, this is what I will and won't expect. But you do that by your behaviour and what you will and not tolerate. It is, they are, absolutely. It is how we act and react. You don't have to lose your temper, you don't have to shout, you don't have to swear. I have very strong principles that I live by. I don't drink. I'm not against drinking. I don't want to drink. I've never smoked. I won't light a cigarette for someone. I don't care if they smoke. I'm not against smoking. I personally won't smoke. You won't hear me use bad language. I don't swear. People say, everybody does. I don't. I don't even think swear words because I don't use them. At 10 years old, I actually told my mother when she let a swear word go out, a very normal swear word, nothing huge or bad, and at 10 years old I turned around and said, do you know swearing is actually a lack of vocabulary, Mum? I love you, but if you knew different words, you wouldn't say the swear words, you'd actually say what you meant to say. And I thought I was going to get told off for being cheeky, and my mum said, you're actually right. I actually don't know how to express my anger. I'm so angry at this situation. And from that day still, I believe swearing is a lack of vocabulary because we don't have the words to express our hurt, our anger, our pain, our frustration. So we swear and we get it out that way. I have no problem with somebody else swearing. I used to work in a locker room with 90 rugby league players as a sports trainer, and I've heard all the language under the sun. And they'd say it to try to get me riled up, and I say, I don't care what you say. You can say as much as you like. You can have every word be a swear word. It doesn't bother me because I tune it out. But my boundary is I don't say it myself. My boundary has nothing to do with you. Your boundaries have nothing to do with me. You can say everything you like. You can swear, lie to. That has nothing to do with me. Your behaviour, your boundaries, what you believe makes you who you are is up to you. Me, I have very strong principles. I have very strong morals, and I have very strong professional ethics. That's who I am, and that has made me the professional I am in several different levels of work. What you allow, what you don't allow, is up to you. None of my business. All I'm saying is when you learn to put boundaries in place, your self-worth, self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-love skyrocket. And you build up an inner strength you never knew existed. And I hope that helps. I will do it. I really do. If someone gets upset because you set your boundaries or limits, that's their problem, not yours. They're projecting their problems onto you. They're projecting their weaknesses onto you, and that's exactly right. It is their problem, not yours. That's why when people come into chat and they're disrespectful, that's their problem, not mine. I don't get angry, I don't bother. I just ban them, or my mod does. Because she knows what my level is like. Self-love is hard, and it takes a lot. But you don't get to love other people, and they don't love you back the way you want them to love you until you actually learn to love yourself. Because if you can't love yourself, and people can't see that you're lovable and that you love yourself, they wonder why they should take the time and trouble to get to know you and love you if you can't do it for yourself. Does that make sense? And it is hard. But are you worth being loved? Because if you're worth being loved, then the one person that is always there to love you, no matter what, is yourself. I love myself unconditionally. I know when I have pain, I get upset. I know when things happen, I go, okay, how do I handle it? And I handle it with going, nothing's going to help me if I collapse in a heap. I'm not going to get better, I'm not going to get stronger, nothing's going to change, I'm just going to spiral and it will be worse. People tell me I have a lot of strength. What I have is a lot of self-love, because I love myself unconditionally. And why would I allow myself to treat myself in a way that I won't allow others to treat me? I wouldn't let someone else berate me because I was in pain. I wouldn't let someone else put me down because I was hurting. I wouldn't let someone else tell me that I was wrong for crying because I was hurting so much. So why should I do that to myself? I have my meltdown moments, and then I get over them, and I go, give yourself a hug, Vera, and a pat on the back. You've kind of had 25 days straight of solid pain at a 10 level. You're allowed to cry. You're allowed to be upset. You're allowed to go, dang, I want this to end. But I love myself enough to go, that's okay. I'm allowed to have moments of weakness. I'm allowed to have moments where I melt down. I'm allowed to have moments of going, can't wait for it to be over. And you will do the same when you start loving yourself. And it is so worth the journey. It might be hard to start with, but it is worth every moment of time you put into looking in the mirror and going, You rock, girl. Love you. 60 years old, I am. Sexy, sassy, single, and rocking it. And intend to do till I'm at least 100. Because I've got too much left to do in my life to give up. We'll do it. Would you like to pick an oracle card? Let's try to finish on something really positive for you. You can have the animal, the crystal, or the druid. Let's give you something really nice and positive to finish with, and a lovely message to take home and take to heart. And I've just looked at the time, and it's 1:11 a.m. and that is a wonderful number. But then after I've done your oracle card, as I've actually now been streaming since 8 o'clock, I will be signing off. Because I've been streaming for 5 hours. And last Thursday I did 6. And I promised I would do 6, so I better stop before. So I will do it. If you want an oracle card, I'll do the oracle card, and then we'll finish. And for those of you, Pega Crease and Sarah, and I will do it, and all of you that are still in chat, thank you so much for staying with me. Thank you for following me. Thank you for allowing me to read for you. And thank you for all the support you give to everybody in chat. I'm trying to make this channel a community of people who are supporting and uplifting to others, who give positivity and praise, and who help those who are having a troubled time, because we all have times in our life when things are not going right, and sometimes having a stranger say something and a smiley face or a heart or a comment that is uplifting makes all the difference in the world. The channel may be in my name, but it's our channel. It is, when you're in this channel, you are part of the community, and what you give and what you bring to this channel makes it strong, makes it wonderful, and makes this community a very, very special place to be. A place where everybody can talk and know that self-love and self-worth and self-confidence and self-esteem, they're highly rated here, and if you don't have them, we're going to help you try to build on them, because we all at times need a helping hand to bolster all of those. Oh, I was listening for all the Ruth. It's great to listen to you. You know how much I've been through. You, more than anybody in chat, know that I have battled many things my entire life. From breaking my back and being a tetraplegic and learning to walk again, having a car accident and learning again. And all those lessons have taught me, all those things have taught me that actually it doesn't matter how many times you knock down, it's not only getting up, it's how you get up, it's how you move forward. I've had pain where I've literally had drips in both arms of morphine and pethidine for years. And I know how hard it is to get over chronic pain that lasts forever and you think it will never ever stop. And to feel that you're at your very lowest ebb. And I say to people, I don't have back pain anymore. I broke 7 vertebrae, but I don't have back pain anymore, because I fought hard, really, really hard, with every fibre of my being to pull myself up and go, I am not succumbing to this. I will not let my body rule my mind. It is mental attitude. It is mind over matter. It is being positive. It is saying, I am not going to let my body take over. I am not going to let my pain win. It is not happening on my watch. Everything I do, I'm honest about, and I tell people, because when you hear it from someone who has been in pain, been in a wheelchair, had chronic illnesses, had chronic pain, and gets over it, and I know not everybody can, and I know not everybody can. They don't have to live up to what I do. All I say to people is, just do the very, very best that you can do. Do what is the best for you. Give yourself the best possible chance to be the best possible you can. And every day that may change, and that doesn't matter. Because if in 365 days, 1 year, you're the best person you can be for 2 days, great. Because then the next year you try to make it 3, and then the next year 4. And if it takes a lifetime, and you have 20 years down the track, and you go, I've actually had 50 days. That's like 2 months of feeling good. That's more than I've had in years and years and years. And you celebrate every moment of positivity in your life, because we're only here once. But we live every day. We die once, but we live here every single day. And every single day has 24 hours. And every minute of every day is a whole new start. It's not wait till tomorrow. It's not wait till next month. It's not wait till next year. Every moment is a new moment in your life. It is the present. And every present moment is a new moment to make a difference. I don't have bad days. I might have a bad half hour, and then 3 or 4 hours of greatness, and then I might have another hour of it, not so great, but I don't have a bad day. Because if something happens at 10 o'clock in the morning, that doesn't wipe out my day. If it happened at 10 and it lasted till 10:15, it was 15 minutes out of my day. Snap. When there are days, it's a full day, and I am in pain all the time, and it does happen, that's when I put myself to bed and I go, self-care, I meditate, I give myself Reiki, I listen to meditation tapes, I listen to white noise, I take my medication and go, this is my body saying time to rest, this is my mind saying let go of the negativity, let go of the pain, think of where you're going to be in an hour's time. And I do that constantly. When my heart is remodeling, I do that constantly, because it hurts. It really hurts, and it hurts for weeks. I love you too, Sarah. But by being honest, when I say to people, I'm hurting, I'm having a bad day, or I'm in bed for a week, they know I'm doing it because I don't have any other choice. So when I gave up the channel for a month and said, I think it's going to be 2 weeks, and it was a month, I was very honest and went, I need a month. That heart test laid me out for a week. I felt like I'd been hit by a truck inside and out. When I had my mouth done, I was so bruised and I couldn't speak, and I went, I can't swim, I couldn't do anything. And I laughed at it and I went, I could go on stream and I think I actually was drunk, or, you know, punch drunk. I read tarot, but I read it with honesty and openness, and if I feel that something needs to be said, I say it from my heart and I say it truthfully, and hope that it's taken that way, that people realise that everybody has a lot to give. And that's why I say in this channel, everybody, I want them to talk and speak up, because everybody has wisdom to give. Everybody has that nugget of truth, that saying. I've taken great sayings from other people in this channel who've come up with something. I go, the comeback greater than the setback. I love that saying. I so stole it. And I said, I'm stealing it. And he went, great. I said, I love it. And it's so true. The comeback is greater than the setback. Doesn't matter what setback. The moment you come back, it's greater. And that was from somebody in chat talking about a comment to another reading. And when they said that, I went, that's gold. But that's the nuggets of gold that come out. Pagakris. Say no or setting limits and boundaries is an act of self-love. That's gold. There's sayings and things people say in this channel. Self-love is so hard. I will do it saying that is true. When you speak from your heart and you speak truth, everybody can take something from it and use it in situations in their life. That's what this channel is. It's more than tarot reading. It's a community of self-care and self-love and self-nurturing and giving to each other and learning to give back to ourselves. Because we all need reminding of giving back to ourselves. You can't give to others if you don't give to yourself. If I did not take time to look after myself and do what I need to do for myself, I could not give to this channel. And next year I'm focusing on my health, and I will be saving up and I'll be buying a Fitbit, because I will be monitoring and I will be reporting, and I'll be reporting how much I lose. And I'll be saying, I'm starting at 90 kilos. Don't know what it is in pounds and stones. I'll work it out. But I will be I'll be 90 kilos. And I will be saying, my end goal, he said I could do 10. He's 80. And I said, can I do 11? I really want to be in the 70s. I want to kind of, in my head, go, I've dropped from 9 to a 7. That's like 20 kilos. I know it's only 11. But in my head, psychologically, I've gone from a 90 to a 70. And it's like, woohoo! I haven't been 70 for ages. This is like, I'm in the 7s. And that's how I look at it. And he went, yeah, if it makes that much difference. I said, oh, it makes so much difference. Can you imagine the figure? I'm starting with a 9, but I'm dropping to a 7. The inspiration that gives me that for the next year, when he says, you're allowed to lose another 10, and I go, oh. So then I go from 79 to 69, and I go, okay. But if I can push it to 68 and go, like when I started at 9, I feel like I'm losing 12 kilos, not 10. And it's just every time I do it, and I say, can I go at 1 extra? I'm not asking for too much, 1 extra over the year. So instead of 10 kilos in the year, can I lose 11? There are 12 months, can I lose 11? How do I plan to lose the 10 kilos? 1, I'm now allowed to walk 15 minutes. So where I live in a block of units, and the way the roads are, there's like a little triangle, but I'm not going on the main road, I'm actually walking along the roads where the units are. We're on the back road. So my units are on the back road, so I walk along my road, down to the front road. You're brilliant. As I will do it. She's very brilliant. And then I'll walk across the front, and then I'll walk back. So I'll do myself a circuit. And what I'll do is I will take my phone and I'll measure how many steps it is and how long, and I will try to build up. So I'll start with 1 circuit and see how long it takes me, and see how many circuits I can do building up to 15 minutes. So I'll start at 10 and then I'll do 11 minutes. So I'll see how far I'm going. If I get halfway down one road and then come back, so I'm only doing 11 minutes because I have to use a walker when I walk outside. I don't in the house unless I'm having a really bad day. If I'm having a lousy day, I'm in a wheelchair. But I walk outside with an actual, what they call a Zimmer frame. It is a bit like HIIT training. It's me doing what I can do, and I build up. And because that's how I have to build. So it's a bit like HIIT training, but it's a bit like HIIT training for seniors. So it's kind of like senior HIIT training. So it's SHIT training, but you know what I mean. It's actually senior training. So I'll be doing that. I'm very aware of my diet. I don't drink coffee, I don't drink alcohol. I do have tea. I have Earl Grey tea, as you see me drink on stream. I haven't had it this last week because it's been so hot. So I allow myself 1 Earl Grey tea in the morning when I first get up, and I'm allowed another 1 in the day. So I only have 2 cups of tea, With my heart failure, I'm limited to 1.5 litres of fluid a day. That's included in my food. When it goes over 35 degrees, I'm allowed to go up to 2 litres because you sweat more. When it's 40, 2.5 litres. But I have to weigh myself every day because with heart failure, if you go up 2 kilos in a day, it means my body is congested and I'm high risk with my heart. So I actually have to monitor everything I eat, everything I drink. So the reason you see me having these is because that's 500 mils. I know how many I'm allowed a day, and I don't fill it until I've emptied it, and then I know I've had 500 mils. I know in my cups, if I have 2 cups, that's another 500 mils. So I'm allowed 1 litre of water and 2 cups of tea. But depending on what I eat, 250 mils of that water goes in fluid from my food. Because if I have fruit, it has more water in it. If I have gravy or custard or ice cream or yogurt, that's fluid, and that counts. So I'm very critical of what I eat because I have to be, because when my chest gets congested, my blood pressure goes up, I can't eat, and I'm really at high risk. So it's not that I have a diet, I'm on a special, I'm on an eating program for people with high blood pressure, which I get because of my heart. So I don't have carbs because carbs are wasted calories for me, and if I have them as a treat, and I sometimes do, I will measure out the pasta if I have a sauce. I'm very much ketogenic. Lastra, thank you. Have a good night. We will be signing off very soon, I promise you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for letting me read. Good luck. Let me know how things go. And hopefully I'll see you next time. Take care. So yeah, I'm on keto, and I kind of like low carb, so I try to have, that's part of my course, that's a nutrition diet we learn about, the ketogenic diet, yeah. So I'm on keto because I need the protein, because when my heart remodels, I have what they call diastolic heart failure. So when you have systolic heart failure, you're visually, okay, your heart goes from, if this was your normal size heart, with a normal heart, say, it's naturally bigger, but say that was your normal size heart. When you have systolic heart failure, your heart increases to that size. So if you can see the difference, that's what happens with systolic. Your heart gets bigger, and then people don't have the ability to oxygenate because the same amount of oxygen is trying to get through, so they have low oxygen in their blood. My heart does the opposite. That's my size heart, but the inside of my heart gets smaller. The chambers, the muscles inside my heart get smaller, and they keep getting smaller and smaller. So what that does is I have the same amount of blood in my body and the oxygen, but what happens is my heart is trying to pump through the same amount of blood, but the inside is that small. So it's forcing it through like a hose pipe. So you know when you have a hose pipe and there's a lot of water coming through in a small hose pipe, it goes like, and that's what puts my blood pressure up. But the muscles in my heart get stiffer, so when they remodel, instead of being pliable, like that is a card, they stiffen up solid and they don't move. So there's no give. And that is actually physically remodeling my heart. So the muscle stiffens up and doesn't move. And that remodeling is what creates the pain in my heart, and that then creates the high blood pressure. which then creates my breathlessness. Because I'm not getting the same amount of blood in my feet and my arms and my legs, I get what they call extreme exercise intolerance. Because I'm not getting enough blood around, I have about a third less of the amount of volume of blood going around at every heart bump. Then my legs and my arms get tired, so when I put my arms above my head, if I leave it there for too long, I don't speak. And that's what happens. So I don't wash my own hair. And it's literally, it's that quick. I do that. My voice goes. That's what happens. It's immediate. I lose my voice because my heart can't pump the blood high enough to actually keep things going. I lose air. So my voice box doesn't get the air to move. So I literally lose my voice. So I know when I've overexerted because I immediately can't speak. And I do mean immediately. I used to try to pick something up, and I'd pick something up and my voice would go. And I knew I'd reach my limit because my voice goes and I can't breathe. I can't lay flat. I have to sit up because as I lay flat, my heart can't pump. I can't breathe. So that's why I'm under medical supervision to lose what I do and every exercise I do. Because every day there's something I think which would help you a lot, but in your case it would require special care. What's that? And as I said, I'm very open with the problems I have because I think the more people in chat understand my medical issues, when I say I have to take time off, you understand it's not me going, I really don't fancy stuff. I really don't want to stream today. I want to go to the beach and I want to go out shopping. That's not that at all. It's when I say I can't stream, it's because I physically can't. And most of the time it's my heart and stuff, and it's I have no voice, I have no ability, or it's I'm in pain with my heart and modelling. Bodybuilding and HIIT, that would help a lot with blood pressure and heart issues. I used to do bodybuilding. I used to be a weightlifter. Hence you see that. You can probably see them on that camera there. I'm actually really good here. And I don't know whether you can see them on that camera. Whether you can see there, that really defined muscle there. I used to weightlift, and being a massage therapist, I was doing a lot, and I was doing a lot of weights and competing. I'm no longer allowed anymore. My maximum of what I'm allowed to have, my heart wouldn't take that. I can do hydrotherapy. I do lift small weights. I have 1 and 2 kilo weights. I can't go above a 3 kilo weight. So I do half a kilo, and 2, but I can't lift them above my head. So I do straight out, and that's how I build up my stamina, is with doing that. So I use that very much so. I'm a qualified sports trainer and a triple certificated coach. So I have a lot of understanding. I'm also a trained naturopath and did sports science at the Australian Institute of Sport to become the masseuse working with them. So it's very much that the programs that I follow are done because the balance between the size of my heart and the blood flow. When I say I get high blood pressure, most normal blood pressure is 120/80, and high blood pressure is about 145, 150. I go through what they call a hypertensive crisis. I hit 295 over 175. I don't do weightlifting. I have small hand weights, and that's all that is for, is to help my resistance and stamina. And that's why now I've done that, I've built up enough that I'm now allowed to go and do hydrotherapy, because I was a competitive swimmer. So I don't have to walk in water, I can actually swim. And with good stroke technique that I have as a competitive swimmer, and some probably very few of you would know, but I actually made the Olympic team at the age of 10 as a swimmer. So it allows me to get the most out of that activity but without putting pressure on me. So, no. I used to weightlift, and it was so funny because, like, there's a ladies' weightlifting room and a men's weightlifting room, and I, after about 4 months, stopped doing in the ladies, and I'd go to the men's. And I had this guy come in, and I went over to the bar, and sometimes they'll allow the ladies just to use the bar. Hydronastics is very good, yeah. Yeah, and it's just the programs they can get me into that are local here. So I was going over to actually start to weigh, and I had my gloves on and everything else, and all these weights, and he went, oh, it's really inconsiderate, they're supposed to take the weights off, and he proceeded to take all the weights off that I just actually put on, and I went, oh, that's so nice of you, thank you very much. I really didn't want to embarrass the guy, saying, actually no, they're my weights, they're not the guy's weights, that's what I lift. But because I'm so tiny at 4'9", he went, oh, she's never going to get those weights off. And actually I had Layla there with me, she was spotting my weights, and we both turned around and said, we're just going to have a cup of coffee while you do it. So we went outside, had the greatest laugh, said, oh, I'm so sorry. I felt so bad. I don't want to, disrespect the guy. He was being so helpful. And then I waited till he walked out. Then I said, can we go back now? And I went back and put the weights on and then did my weight session. So, yeah. First and only time we'd ever had that. But the guy was so nice and so helpful and so polite, thinking he was really doing me a favour because I was about to use the 10 kilo bar that all the weights were on. And I didn't have the heart to say, I'm really sorry, mate, they're mine. Because I'd had that before with a couple of other people going, what are you lifting? Does it matter? You lift what you lift, I lift what I lift. And they kind of go around trying to see how much you're lifting. And going, how come she's lifting more than I am? Powerful young lady, that's all. I just happen to be 45 and still lifting. But, yeah. Hence the reason I put on a lot of weight when I stopped, because my biceps, I don't know if you see, but my biceps and everything else, very broad, very big from being a sports therapist, and which is one of the reasons I did a lot of lifting. Kind of my muscle went a little bit flabby, so it's hence I put on a lot of weight very quickly when I had the heart failure. I went from being, very physically active and fit in the right weight to being morbidly obese very, very quickly. So that happened in a year. It's taken me 2 years to get to the point of getting to the level I'm at now. So even though 90 is way, it's like double what I'm supposed to be. Every 10 kilos I get down, I go, that's fine. Because what I was is immaterial. It's what I am now and what my goal is next. And that's all I focus on. That's all I focus on. But anyway, guys, it's 1:39 a.m. and I've been on for 5.5 hours. Last time I did this for 6, lady came out and caught me at 2 in the morning. So I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to shut everything down. Lovely having you all in chat. And for the 3 of you that left in chat, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. I hope there isn't me saying this, only you know what you can or can't do, and that's some of the golden advice I'm about to tell my future clients. Oh no, absolutely true. And I know my limits, but I've also seen the tests they've run. I've actually seen the physical tests, and I know what my heart does when I do things. And we've tested that. I do special stress tests, and they check what I can do. And it's very obvious. We can see the difference in my heart and what's happening, and I can feel it. like I said, I stop talking, I stop breathing, and I know what I can actually do. I push myself to my limit for when I do, but I work up to it, and I know what my limit is, and then I stay at that, and that's when I say to them, I've been on this for a while, I'm ready to push a bit further. And they're very good, they chat to me, they understand that I have a very good understanding of human anatomy. I used to lecture at university in anatomy, so they know I fully understand. I'm very aware of my own body. I trained as a naturopath, so I'm very aware. I also spent 3 years at the Institute of Sport studying biomechanics and body functions, because one of the other things I did was I became a lesateur, which is a functional classifier for the Paralympics. So I'm very aware of the differences in the able body to the disabled body, and the differences of what happens from chronic diseases to amputations to different illnesses and that you have. So I have a very strong background in health and science and anatomy and how the body works with exercise, as a sports trainer and masseuse and a triple certificated coach at a national level in 3 different sports. So I understand how the human body works, and I totally I appreciate your input, because I know that that's what you're working up to do. I've been very fortunate that my science base has just taken me to different health areas, not only in sport but in aged care and mental facilities and in dementia and everything else, because I'm very fortunate. I have a very broad spectrum of subjects as my base, and I'm a study nerd. So I take it on board and I take it deep. So I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'll be pushing myself, but in a way that is safe. So I'll be doing the maximum I can do, resting and doing a little bit more, and knowing when I can. And when I have great days, then I push more. And when I don't, I know that's when I rest, and I do the bare minimum of what I have to do, because I never just not do nothing. Even when I'm in bed, I still have exercises that I do in bed. So I never stop doing something every day, because I'm very, very positive. I know eventually I will get to exactly the weight I want to be and the fitness level I want to be, but my journey isn't going to be an overnight one. I'm not going to be one of these, in 6 months I lost 2/3 of my body weight. My heart can't take that. I know very much what I can do, and I know the limitations and its physical body limitations in my heart with physically remodelling. There are things that just are impossible to be done because my heart physically can't take it. You also have to remember, I actually stopped growing at the age of 10 from a genetic disorder, which is why I know a lot about genetics, hence the tarot DNA, because I studied genetics. So I'm very aware of the actual physical ramifications of what's happening to my heart, which is why, though my specialists are very, very good, it's impossible to make yourself lose like 20 pounds, but they're those that do, exactly, and they try to. And that's why we've said 10 kilos in a year, which allows me a kilo a month, which is about 250 grams a week. So for me, that's doable as I increase my physical activity from 10-minute sessions to 15-minute sessions, and then a few more of them. The body has an intelligence itself, absolutely has. The biofeedback system, its own intelligence, it knows what it can do and it resets, and then as you do more, then it resets, absolutely. So I love having this conversation with you, Chris, that's lovely. But yeah, no, and I will keep you informed of what I do. I also have a son who's a professional sports trainer. He was in the Navy and was a PT instructor, and then came out and did all his training to become a sports trainer after he was told he had incurable cancer, and he got over it once in the family. And he's now as buff as he's ever been, 6'6", and muscled up like you wouldn't believe. When at 16, he was 6'6" on a beanpole and actually weighed less than all of his sisters, and was like, he is like a beanpole with the beans roller taken off. He was so scrawny. 25 years old and still couldn't grow any facial hair. He was just so tiny, and still can't grow the hair. But now he's actually shaved his hair off because it makes him look tough. And as he said, when he had cancer, he kind of had used to not having all his hair, and he saw us usually in the shower. He said to have a bald head, so he just keeps a shape now. And I'm so proud of him with what he's done, because he's taken, again, what someone told him that he wouldn't make it, to now being not only very, very fit, but teaching others to be, oh, I will do it, Sarah, I definitely will. But you know what, sometimes it helps to be accountable. Sometimes it helps to say, I weighed in and I started at this, and this week I'm there. And it's not getting head up about it, it's going, this is my progress, that's fine. 10 is a goal. If I hit 5 or 6, do you know what? It doesn't matter, because every kilo I lose gets me fitter and more prepared for surgery, and that's what this is about. This is about me getting ready for when they have to literally go from here to here to here to here to here to get rid of my brain tumour that's covering like that amount of my face underneath my skin that people can't see, which is great but it's actually all over the nerves, and you might be able to see that little bit kind of there. That's where that tumour is literally comes through my jawbone, all that there. That's the tumour through my jawbone, and has just made it so fragile. That's why they were so careful, because my jawbone collapsing is a real risk. So everything we're doing is to make it so everything when we go into surgery, my body's at its fittest, I'm at my healthiest, I'm at my strongest, I'm mentally, emotionally, psychologically and physically prepared for the fact that my face might cave in and will have to be rebuilt with steel plates, which is a risk, we know. I've already lost from here to here. I have no feeling on that side of my neck to the right side. It's not there. So when I put lipstick on, I can't actually feel this. I have to really watch what I'm doing, because I can't feel here. There's no feeling. I don't feel anything. That's all gone. But that's a tiny risk. That was a very tiny risk. But as they take pieces out, I will lose, from this side of my face, I will lose feeling. The fact that I could still speak and with my mouth like normally was an absolute gem, the guy who did it being so careful. So I'm incredibly impressed with how careful they were to still give me full movement of my mouth properly, even though I have no feeling. Because he said it may look like you've had a stroke, but there might be no movement there at all. And for the first 2 weeks, I was speaking out the other side of my face, but I actually couldn't move it, and I thought, oh well, if it comes back, it comes back. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And it has, and it's great. This bit won't, but that's okay, because that's nothing. Like I said to him, I don't smoke, I'm not going to stop my cigar, and at the moment I'm not snogging anybody either, so it doesn't matter. I said, I'm not going to feel half a kiss, and neither of them. And which he laughed at, and I went, I said, if you can't laugh at things like that, what can you laugh at? So, but I must now go. It's been lovely talking to you. Really, really, I've absolutely loved it. Paga Chris, really enjoyed talking to you about that. And Sarah, oh God, I've loved having you here. I really have. And thank you for letting me read for you. I'm glad it helped. Paga Chris, glad yours was great too. And like I said, people sometimes think I overshare, and they go, oh, you so overshare, Vera. And I went, no, what I do is I tell the truth. There's a difference. There's a real big difference in talking the truth and explaining to people why, when I step back, the reason for it. And then they understand and they go, that's fine. And they know that there is a reason for it, and there is a genuine reason for it. To me, that's not oversharing. That's being respectful, so that when I say to you, I'm taking a fortnight off or a month off streaming, you know full well why. And if Layla comes in and says, this is the reason, or she gives a message to TP, that's the reason why. And then I think people will respect if you're truthful and honest, and they know when you're telling the truth. And I don't know any other way of being, so I say to people, really sorry if you think I overshare. I believe in being honest and truthful and speaking from the heart, and that way there's no second guessing or misinformation, because you've got it from the horse's mouth, the half that works. Because you've got to make a joke, because you just have to. But I'm going to say goodnight and go to bed, because it's nearly 2 o'clock and I've been told off by my daughter. So good night, God bless, lovely talking to you, and I'll be back Saturday, but it won't be anywhere near as long, I can assure you. You take care. Good night. Thank you for coming in. Bye. I am going to end the stream. Very much. See you on the next stream, Fabric Grease. Take care. Night. Night, Sarah. Take care.